let's not be content, right? We've got a critical mass. We've got 500 people here this weekend. It's a critical mass of individuals that care so deeply about our game that if we stay energized and we leave here with what we pick up, the relationships we build, the friendships, but more importantly than anything, the shared energy, right? The shared energy to go out and drive our game forward. That's what we can leave here with after 72 hours. And that's what I'll continue to work as hard as I possibly can to that end. And I just want you to have the privilege of being able to carry the baton for what our membership is going to try to achieve. But we need to always remember that we all are USA Rugby, and we all are part of our membership and part of our organization. All right, so cheers to that. I thank each of you for making the trip in to push it forward, right? And I'll commit to that I'll give you everything I have to help achieve that, right? For as long as I'm privileged to do that. So thanks for making the trip in this weekend. Get back to what we need to do, which is build relationships, collaborate, brainstorm, solve all the country's rugby problems in 48 hours, all right? But enjoy the atmosphere and enjoy it.
My greatest Muhammad Ali story is Muhammad Ali was in training camp with George Foreman. And he looked down and he saw this kid that was standing there, this kid had a stocking cap on. And he said, "Hey kid," he said, "why are you wearing that skull cap?" The kid took it off and he was bald. And he said, "Because I'm bald, champ." He said, "I got cancer." And Muhammad Ali stopped everything. And he got down on his knees. And he said, "I'll tell you what you're going to do." He said, "I'm going to go down and I'm going to whoop George Foreman." And he said, "You're going to whoop cancer." And the kid looked at Muhammad Ali and he said, "No." He said, "I'm going to see God soon. But when I do, I'm going to tell him I met the champ." That's the difference that you have through this wonderful sport called rugby. And I think also the responsibility. Thank you very much for taking a former pro wrestler and allowing me to meet your family.
So we are teaming up with the National Legacy Group for a folder plunge that will raise money for the Hartford Wanderers Youth Rugby Program.
It's definitely a great way to get people to recognize rugby a little more, doing big fundraisers and trying to get our name out there because we still are a new program and we're growing. I think it's all around a great event. It's awesome to partner up with National Legacy Group and kind of just bring everybody in together for the same cause, you know, really helping rugby grow as a whole.
We're doing the Penguin Plunge. Before, last year we did it for the Wounded Warriors, and this year we're doing it for the Wanderers. And basically they help inner city kids play rugby.
And to raise money for inner city youth is really important to me. And it's important for rugby as a whole.
So I participated in it last year. It's really, really cold, but pretty much our team raised a decent amount of money.
And so this year we're also asking if those who donate and go to the plunge to bring a can, because a lot of people do forget that people are still hungry after the holidays. So I think it's a good cause.
So come out and join us in our rugby plunge out in Fairfield, Connecticut. We're raising money for the Hartford Wanderers to bring rugby to inner city youth. Bring a can for the local food pantry and help us because we're freezing for a reason.
Now play like you're supposed to be there. Yeah, we finish strong, we don't let up. They our watching. Let's give our families a blowout. No score. It's all out. Let's go, boys. Come on, Belmont. Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Good at your best team.
Yeah!
What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they serve the mission, and there's there's tragedy and everything, and a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life, it was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in a slump. I've had some hard times, and my daughter passed away
3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, you know, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. We just want everybody to care as much as we do.
2017 Next Level Rugby broadcast of the Capital Selects versus Stars. Last year we had an absolute fantastic matchup. It was a little lopsided towards the end. Stars came out firing, but weren't able to withstand the storm that the Capital Selects were able to put out there. So we're about to get this started. We got walking in the booth right now, we got Matt Robinette and Liz Entwistles. Matt Robinette is in charge of the Capital Selects. Liz is in charge of Stars, so there'll be a lot of good information and quality information you can pick up, and it'll be really good. So we are here at the Evergreen Sports Complex in Leesburg, Virginia, a fantastic facility. Normally does a lot of lacrosse, but today, Matt, it's all about rugby.
It is all about showcasing this great sport, Ryan, and I'm so glad to be here today with you and Liz and all these great high-performing athletes.
So when we get... So what do you expect to come out of this, right? Like, one of the big things for this match, we have a men's and women's match going off. You had a developmental men's side for the Capital Selects yesterday. Walk me through that a little bit.
The developmental side. So we had our training camps and our selection camps leading up to this event through December and January, and we had such a huge, overwhelming, really, turnout. We had 90 people at the last one, 90 men from representing clubs from all levels. So we decided to, kind of at the last minute, decided to add this developmental team, and it's the hopes of getting those lower division players opportunity on select sides, and then feeding the top team.
And so a lot of what we noticed, there were some standout players that came up that are probably going to filter up into this other side maybe in years coming down the road. But as far as like for the clubs and the experience that these players can take out of this environment coming in and training and then take back to their clubs and really help grow the Capital Rugby Union, that's got to be exciting for you.
It is very exciting. That's really why we do this. We wanted to get the opportunity not only for the high-performing athletes to have a venue and an opportunity to play But we certainly wanted to give the opportunities to these players to take this experience back to their clubs. Is something as simple as just a different drill than their coaches usually give them, different patterns of play, different defenses, and the speed of the game when you're playing against top-level talent.
So where do you see this specific game and this matchup that you have going in the future?
Well, I'd like to see it continue. This is our second year playing the Stars here on this weekend, and we're going to continue to, hopefully, as long as Liz can still organize this stuff as well as she does, we'll definitely keep it going. This game in particular is great for both sides because the Stars, they get an opportunity from all over the country and all over North America. Liz does such a great job recruiting high-level, high-performing athletes, and it has to be that way, really, because our athletes want to play against the best, and that's what they're trying to showcase. And we're trying to showcase our union's athletes and clubs against the best. We don't really have a barometer until we get to something like this.
So Matt gave us a really good rundown of what to expect from the Capital Selects. We got a video that we produced out here last night. We caught up with the women's coach Tonga and the men's at training yesterday, and enjoy this little bit from the Capital Selects.
Having fun out there, and leaving opportunities for yourself to make mistakes. Have fun, know what you're doing, enjoy the game.
Be mobile, express yourself. Let's talk about mindset. Because I know there's a lot of girls who are nervous today, especially the new girls that came into the program, they're kind of nervous. Don't be. This might be the select side, but it's still rugby, right? You still go against the girls who only have 2 legs, 2 hands, 1 brain. There's nothing different about her. It's just another player. The moment you say that player is better than me, might as well don't play the game. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust your ability to play rugby. Mistakes will happen, so be it. That's not the most important thing. It's the very next play. It's how you prove your teammate, I'm better than that. Yes, we're gonna drop balls. We're gonna miss tackles. Right? Mistakes will happen, believe me. Even the professional league, mistakes happen everywhere. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing, how can you bounce back and do the right thing for the team? Take a deep breath. Let's talk about mental toughness again. I'm better than this. I can catch the ball, I can run. Don't be always I don't know what I'm gonna do. Let's take a deep breath. Think about your ability to play rugby and just play. You have to deal with a lot of pressure. If you're able to cope with that pressure, you're gonna be a good player. You're gonna be a very good player. But if you did not cope with that pressure, then we need to figure out something else so we can be a better player.
Having fun.
And we're back, and we just took a look at the Capital Selects. And now what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Liz Entwistle, who's now joining the director of Stars Rugby. Liz.
Thanks for having me, Ryan. It's a pleasure to be back here at the Evergreen Sports Complex, a familiar venue as we've had many practices as well as last year's match. A little bit chilly for our liking, but you can't really ask for better weather when it comes to the end of January in the United States.
Yeah, I think he caught Coach Vaha off balance here when you brought him out from Las Vegas, and it's a nice balmy 35 degrees today, I think.
Well, not only just Vaha, we have a couple players on our roster from the Berkeley All Blues out in California, one of our women's Premier League teams. So Frida Fatu and Madison Taylor. Strangers to this cold, although Madison does originally hail from Minneapolis, so we'll see if her California or her Minnesota body shows up today.
All right, so Stars, a unique concept, right? You guys get to travel the world, get to do a lot of cool stuff, get the opportunity to come out here and play at Capital Selects. Talk to me about the Stars as a team, how you guys come together, and what you're looking to accomplish here.
Sure. What we do is we say that we are an international touring development program. So we do have players from all over the United States. We have guests that come from Canada, and we've had players from countries as far as Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, Brazil, and what we do is we try to put them in situations where they can succeed. So we do various tours, mostly focused on sevens, hence the name Stars Rugby Sevens. We started doing 15s tours, and actually this game itself came up last year due to social media. We saw a tweet from the Capital Union looking for a game, and we had just done our first ever 15s tour to play Life University. So saw this as an opportunity to bring in 15s athletes to get some of those type 5 players a little more playing time, and also bring things back to their home clubs. We range from college players, our youngest player, 20 years old, Emily Hranchuk, that is an inside center from Oakland University in Michigan, all the way up to older players that play in the WPL currently. Women like Rebecca Trapp from the Pittsburgh Angels, who's been a multiple-time national champion at the D2 level. They're currently a D1 team that's competing. As we mentioned, the WPL players from the Berkeley All Blues. We also have both Keita Sutton and Ray Nagy from the Atlanta Harlequins. And then we have many players from Division I Chicago North Shore. They're a former D1 national champion. They fell last year in the 15s national championship match to the Seattle Saracens. So bringing together younger players or the players from college and Division II alongside these D1 WPL athletes, a capped eagle in Frida Fatou. We have some players that were just recently at the National All-Star Championships. Out of the 91 females that were there, over 20 have already played for Stars, and another 10 to 15 are in our pool that haven't quite gotten to play for us as of yet. So we're looking to say, okay, who wants to put their hand up? Who wants a chance? We're treating today's match as our most competitive match. It's a start to 2017. It's the end of what we said was our fall 15 season, where we played a match against Lindenwood and a match against Life University. So this is the roster that was put together with the best players from those trips and giving them a chance to say, all right, Pete Steinberg, I want a shot at the World Cup. Or to say, Martha Danes, I want to be a U23 Eagle. Look at me next to this woman. Look at me against this woman. I'm ready to go.
Well, what a fantastic opportunity here. We also got a chance to catch up. We came in early. The Stars was nice enough to let us sleep on their couch in their coach's house. And we hit up their practices. And let's take a look at Stars Rugby.
The harder you're going to work. Okay? Winning all around.
Especially bringing it back to your club. This type of exercise is not just about the technique of it. It's also the confidence and the mental strength you have as a team. Because as you show up on Sunday, if I show up on the field, I know my teammates are going to make tackles, and all of them are. I'm confident. And that's the untold. If I know that half of them are not making their tackles, I can say that I'm pumped. But back of my head, the reality is like, no. So let's be honest with each other. And that's where it starts. If you do it right here, I know you don't want to get hurt. I know you don't want to hurt your teammate. But the reality is, you're going to have to whack him on Sunday. And you can only do this, you can only move up together with aggression and pace if you trust your people on left and on your right. If not, you're going to be like, maybe I'm going to wait, maybe they're going to make their tackles. What if? Cancel the what if with the doing right now. To everybody, starting with your teammates, the intensity you can bring on the field, and they're going to trust you. When you have all of you have that trust, then the structure will come along and you make the tackles and everything will fall out.
Good job. Forwards over there, do some work. Stars at 3. 1, 2, 3. Stars!
So thank you again, Ryan, for that preview. Again, I am Liz Entwistle, the director of Stars Rugby Sevens, and we are thrilled to have been able to practice at the Frederick Indoor Sports Center as part of our tour this week. So thanks to their trainers, particularly Josh Pleasant, for having us out. It really helped us prepare our roster for what was coming ahead. We were able to get some time on turf field, get our players quickly bonded. And looking ahead to this match, it was some key time that we did have in practices here in Leesburg as well, bringing together, like I mentioned, players from Chicago, from Florida, from Pittsburgh, Augusta Furies. A couple of players to look at that are standouts in our eyes are captain number 1, Katie Sanford. And something unique to pay attention to during this game is while Katie might be number 1, she is the only one that will be wearing a traditional rugby number on the field. Our players receive Stars numbers, and they identify what participant in our program overall they are. So we have numbers as high as 165 that'll be out there, 168. Another player to look at, Emily Hranchuk, as we mentioned, a center from Oakland University in Michigan, was a recent player at the National All-Star Championship, or NASC, in Florida. We also have wearing number 103, Charlie Jacoby. She's a vice captain of our team, another one of the 3 North Shore players on our roster. And number 134, Nicole Burr, second row from the Augusta Furies. They're a team that advanced quite far in the national playoffs 2 years ago. One of her teammates, Jamila Reinhart, played for us in a couple 15 tours last year. Currently, 15's residency at the Olympic Training Center in Chula Vista. And Burr would like to join her. So we'll see if we can get her out there soon.
That's good. I like the talent on both sides. The Stars are really stacked this year, and I'm excited to see how this game unfolds. Capital Selects are represented by club players from Maryland, Virginia, D.C., Pittsburgh, and Raleigh. That's our union here at the Capital, and the team is made up mostly, the most club players are from Raleigh. They've got some really talented athletes down there. They're showing very well in the national playoff level, so kind of made sense that they were on there. You're going to see here in just a moment an intro from all the players and their positions. So,
Maggie Only, loose head prop from the DC Furies. Sarah Lundy, hooker, Raleigh Venom.
Augustine Masiala, prop, Raleigh Venom. Avery Rain, lock, Nova. Ryan Van Ordheim, lock, James River Rugby. Ashley Van Driesen, Norfolk Storm, flanker. Kayla Thompson, flanker, Raleigh Venom.
T. Fletcher, scrum half, Raleigh Venom.
Chelsea Garber, fly half, Raleigh Venom.
Kayla Cook, play for Nova, wing. Megan Gilmore, inside center, Raleigh Venom. Jessica Manager, outside center, Raleigh Venom. Masha Romanchak, fullback, Severn River.
and there you go. There's the roster for the Capital Selects. Capital Selects and Stars are just about to get underway here from Evergreen Sports Complex in Leesburg, Virginia. Our referee today is Mike Zerla, and the assistant referees are Elvie Assange and Matt Riley. Matt Riley had the developmental game last night with the Capital Selects playing Capital Selects.
And
So-
both of these players are actually veterans of our Stars Rugby Sevens program. While they're local here, LV currently in Norfolk, Virginia, serving in the United States Navy. Matt Riley spent his time playing rugby at University of Maryland, and Matt will be heading to South Africa later this year as part of the referee scholarship program, where they trade programs and get to travel around the world. But great being out here, getting to share this great experience, developing players, sharing a few players and some coaches too. We can't forget that about the programs, both so developmentally minded and looking out in the best interest of the women's game here.
And referees. The things that people are doing around the country to develop the game is just so great. And it's going to show up, and it just takes time.
So we have the kickoff there, number 148. That's Cindy Campbell. She played her undergrad rugby at Ohio State University, currently with the Scioto Valley Squirrels and with 1823 Sevens. This is her third Stars Rugby 15s tour. She's toured quite a bit with Sevens as well, recently playing in Tobago with the Phoenix Sevens, and also going to some U23 All-American camps. A turnover as the ball was knocked on in contact. We see the ball coming from scrum half T. Fletcher for the Capital Selects. T playing her rugby with the Raleigh Venom, typically a number 8, spent some time in the second row. But due to some injuries, I know Bree Kim is one of your standouts from Capital that's currently not able to play, broke her arm at the NASC. So Coach Toga Fanueli able to move around some of his players and still maximize their time on the field.
Yep, and that was taken forward a little bit back and forth. There was a good steal from the Stars off of the kickoff, but eventually came back to Capital's hands, and now T will put it in. Let's see what kind of attack the Capital are going to try to mount here.
Last year's game, we were particularly decimated by the strength of your centers. Jen Larimore in particular, another player unfortunately injured, spends her time playing with Nova, capped many times over with the Atlantis Sevens program. We'll see on the scrum on the field being reset. Opposite of T. Fletcher in the Stars red and the blue is Sharon Bodecker. She played undergrad rugby at Kutztown University, famed for their men's and women's programs alike. Currently in Ohio, pursuing her master's in the fine arts.
The number 8 for the Capital, Katie Lutton. She just there picked it up and did a little 8 pick, a little errant pass there, unfortunately. But Katie Lutton is from James River via UNC. She really impressed in the training camps, and this is going to be her first cap with the select side.
Yep, we saw an unfortunate connections. That was actually Holly Zoller on the wing, too, another player that was on our Stars team last year. So Holly and T. Fletcher, your second row, Ryan Van Nordheim, actually spent some time traveling with us in Australia, too, with our Sevens team. So some friendly rivalries out there. We'll see a line out to the Capital Selects, the ball off the foot of our Stars player.
Referee didn't like that. It's not straight, so it'll be a decision here for the Stars.
If I were a betting person, I would say we're going to opt for the scrum. We're particularly pleased with the strength of our front row, and it's always good to be able to test out the opposition early in the match. But it seems like we're going for the line out, so that's why I'm not the coach today.
And that's the great thing about these type of matches, right? You have your best front row playing against another really good front row in Maggie Olney, Sarah Lundy, and Masela.
Yep, Maggie Olney, a player that we're quite familiar with. She was actually this close to coming with us to Vancouver for the Vancouver Sevens alongside the Canada Sevens this year. We've seen her play the ARPT Sevens camps as well as a lot of time with the DC Furies in the WPL. Also from the WPL, that was number 116, Frida Fatu. And it looks like she may have made a roster switch to 135, or a jersey switch, that is. But Frida, a very experienced player, ball coming from the hands of scrum half Sharon. That was number 22, Rebecca Trapp, crashing. Trapp, one of the players that's kind of an old school rugby player, able to play anywhere in the pack, not specializing particularly in any position. A strong prop, but can play front row and back row as well.
That was a really good series there by the Stars. Just a little unfortunate knock on there from a punch ball by a forward. And it was good phasing. And if the Capital Selects don't spread their defense a little bit better, they're going to be in some trouble. Chelsea Garber out of Raleigh, and definitely a high-performing athlete. She was at NASC a couple weeks ago. She's going to have her hands full if she's going to be doing that defense. Solid scrummaging from both teams, good service, and now they're off to run.
Yep, something to watch for in particular with our defensive patterns too off of the scrum is going to be the quick breakaways by our flankers, playing a little bit of an umbrella defensive structure. We saw Frida, that number 135, going quickly. We're looking to isolate the Capital fly half. We know that both of our teams are made up of players that don't traditionally play together, so there's going to be a few mismatches. There's going to be some bobbled balls, because these aren't players that are training together week to week. They are all stars, and they're all very capable and competent, but they have come together just in the last days or the last week to really try to perform the best that they can.
And you just kind of saw evidence of that with that slightly forward pass from Garber to Jessica Medinger. It's just that little timing, right? And all those backs moves are all timing moves. But they'll get it down. They just need to get the flow of the game going. I'm sure everybody's super pumped up right now, full of adrenaline, because I was down on the field and both teams were just excited and giddy and nervous and all those great feelings you have.
So we see the ball coming out of the back of the scrum. A good solid platform to start with the scrum, a little bit high as it went on. Looks like referee making his call, a penalty to the Capital Selects, where you're not releasing, we being the Stars. A little bit hard to do the commentary when you're so biased towards your own team.
Well, you hear, I don't know if you all can hear it at home, but the referee did say, well, I can hear it in my ear, so I hope you can too. Maggie Olney's going to clear the ball to touch and does so. Be a line out to the Capital Selects. Still in the minus part of the field, but it's been kind of even, filled with the tiny errors that you see early in games.
We'll be looking for this game to settle in and watching both teams to execute their patterns. I know that we are looking to especially involve our forwards, make use of the nice width of this field. Very different compared to last year when we had mounds of snow. We were unable to play on this main field, so played on a side field about 15 to 20 meters narrower than normal. So it really changes how you're going to attack. While we were a team that was looking to go wide, we had the strength of Justine Whippich of the Glendale Raptors and Sierra Snap, who played her rugby at the Naval Academy on the wings. There just wasn't a lot of space for them to run to.
Yeah, and if you got hit too far out of bounds, you were buried in snow. It was literally, folks, 12 feet, 15 feet high of snow around the thing. But today is beautiful. We had a slight knock on by the Stars after they stole the line out, really, and now they're going to steal the scrum.
And again, another great shot of that scrum. Such a nice low driving platform, both teams. So this is what you get when you have solid rugby. Flat backs, powerful driving positions. And now we see solid work in the Ruck Stars. That is Frida Fatu coming away with the ball. We've spent particular time working on both offensive and defensive ball retention and ball stealing, I should say. So looking around that contact point, looking to see who is a tackler and identifying with the new, or I shouldn't say new, but more recent law changes with the tackle assist, who has the rights to play the ball. Right now it is Stars all ball in hand, fly half to Devonna Francis. Offloading to the inside, that was number 103, Charlie Jacoby, one of our props. So seeing the Stars team utilizing all 15 players on their field going forward in attack. Cindy Campbell with the ball in hand right now. An unfortunate knock, but it looks like referee calling advantage.
Had advantage throughout the whole thing for not rolling away on scrum half T. Fletcher. I got to say, Kayla Thompson, really out of Raleigh, wearing number 7. She just had quite the impact on that defensive series. The ball was stolen against the head, and she shut it down immediately and then got up and made another tackle on one of their punch balls.
So we see the attempt at the kick to touch coming off the boot of Cindy Campbell, fielded by Kayla Cook from the Capital Selects. Again, a player who was on our roster last year. It is great to see her having been identified for more opportunities to develop with her local side. We see advantage being shown to the Capital Selects.
Kayla's out of Nova.
played at JMU for her undergrad. So they are quite a strong sevens program, coached by Rashna Wunderlich, the USA 15s manager when it comes to World Cup situations. So JMU, James Madison University, one of the great teams. And one of the things I love about your side is the mix of the college and club players as well.
We don't have many college athletes on our team. We have, but we do want to showcase our club teams to the colleges, and this is a great way to say there's more opportunity to play wherever you are. So if you're in Norfolk and you're playing for the Storm and you want to continue to grow and develop, you have opportunity to do so. We've been playing rugby here in between the 22s for all of this game, really. Let's see if anybody can crack the defensive code here. We got a good, solid line out.
Well, Matt, if anyone's going to crack the defensive code, I think it's going to be our assistant coach, Nick Benson. He was on your bench last year, so trading players, trading coaches. We try not to use that too much to our advantage. But when it does come to these situations, you are trying to identify the weaknesses of the teams you're playing against. For instance, we knew that there was some differences in your scrum half pool from last year. We heard there were 2 key injuries, and we look at our current USA women's team, and we know that normal scrum half Devin Oceani out of San Diego Surfers is injured. We saw Jenny Liu unfortunately break her pelvis at the NASCs, so that's number 1, number 2 scrum half for the Eagles 15s, currently out of contention for this 2017 upcoming World Cup. So we're like, well, how would other teams around the world use that to their advantage, and what can we do to get our players in that mindset of finding out the places we can exploit some attack on the field? So far, haven't been able to. Solid play by both teams, and like you mentioned, all midfield between the 22s and largely between the 15 meters.
There was an example of that new tackle law in effect there. She just got her arm a little bit above the shoulder, and that's going to be a penalty from here on out. There are opportunities. They're just missing them, I think. The space is there. Both defenses are coming up a little bit wonky, not in flat lines, so there's gaps out there to be had. But that was a great kick. Now the Stars have a great opportunity, maybe 7 meters out.
Yep, off the boot of Frida Fatou. So she is playing number 7. She's playing the strong side flanker today. Looking at her to really disrupt on defense. Looking at her attacking your fly half, coming up strong off the scrums. Didn't know she had that boot on her, but then again, we might play her in the centers a little bit later, so it's a good tool to know when we go through our halftime talks.
Short, throw it to the short person. Capital have to defend the fringes here. Good hard running from the Stars since the game began.
This is a situation. I love this pass coming out and spreading the field a little bit more. That's Fatou with the ball right now, and Fatou with the try. So great distribution of the ball coming from scrum half Sharon. You see her talking a little bit with fly half Devana wearing the 155. Frida thanking Devana for the delivery there. We love seeing that team try with a solid line out, going out and spreading a bit of the field. It's hard to get sucked in. Sometimes you get those try line eyes as a forward and you just want all the glory. So while it was a forward that scored, getting her out towards the backs is something, and we always like taking that lead early.
Not sure if the replay has gone yet, but in the replay you'll see a nice sidestep just for that little gap. And these mistakes, these penalties against the Capital Selects have really given opportunity to the Stars. Anytime you give a team this good with this much power, you can't give them 7-meter line out. So
Did
just
you
too
make
good.
a star power pun, Matt? We do love our puns up here. When we bring together a team like this, we say that we're the Starbarians, drawing from so many clubs, paying homage to the Barbarians teams coming from all over the UK. It was an unfortunate miss on the conversion by Cindy Campbell. So Stars taking a 5-0 lead in the opening minutes of the game, about 11 minutes into the first half of play here at the Evergreen Sports Complex in Leesburg, Virginia.
It's been quality rugby. It's been good, violent collisions and heavy rucking from both teams. The Stars there was one of your players has just been really lighting up the rucks. Chelsea Garber to get us underway here. Good deep kick.
I like that strategy, given the space that there is on this field. You know, you don't want to turn over anything. It's kind of like the games of sevens. We were watching the Wellington Sevens all night, and we want to make sure that we're solid on the restarts. It was a solid return. That was our prop, Charlie Jacoby, fielding the ball, and then a nice offload, I believe, to Liz Gallant, our hooker. Again, Liz plays her rugby in Florida with the Tampa Crew. A nice break on the outside. That's Sharon. Not Sharon, rather Emily Ranchuk, the college player out of Oakland, Michigan. Again, someone that we had recommended to us. Fortunately, a couple of our coaches were at the recent NASC. So Jeff Horton, Nick Benson, raved about Emily's play. We have some size in our centers, and that's very different as we have our shorter players playing scrum half, fly half. So some different tools and tricks that we have out there, but love that good go forward. We see solid application of the principles of play, and now we're going to see another penalty opportunity for Frida Fatu. We'll see if we can replicate that same magic for the try earlier. Not quite as far downfield.
2 missed tackles and a penalty is not a recipe for success. Capital are there, they're in their spots, they've got their feet in the right places, they're just missing, not wrapping, and of course that has a lot to do with the power and pace of the offensive runners on the Stars. Capital hasn't had much possession. Let's see if they can manage a steal here. Ball's on the ground. It looks like Capital got it. Nice steal.
We do see the anticipated turnover here. We saw us changing from an offensive setup for the Stars into a defensive line. Some good launching and attacking going forward. We see, unfortunately, a little bit too quick on that attack. An offsides call being indicated by our referees. This is going to give Capital a penalty back. It's one of those things when you come into these situations with players that, again, aren't as familiar with each other as they may be when you're, with your normal DC Furies or Raleigh Venom teams, and trying to maximize the time that you have. So you're outlaying game philosophy. We're going through classroom sessions. We're going through field sessions, trying to get the players educated, familiar and comfortable with each other, but walking through patterns and talking about defense, but we're not exactly spending all the time in the world on tackling. We're confident that they have the ability. So now it's on them to communicate and link up.
Right. And there's certain assumptions that you're going to make when you're doing select sides that you might not if you're coaching your club side. So one thing that has to clean up for the Capital Selects is the 9-10 connection, and there we got a better one. They got numbers on the outside. Garber with the little push up with her foot.
It was a nice little chip kick going to one of our danger women, Abby Smith, number 161. She is a player out of the Kansas City Jazz. So this is a Division II club out of the Midwest. She also represented with the Mid-America Selects. We revived a little bit of an all-star competition between the Chicago area as well as Texas and Mid-America, which encompasses Kansas and Missouri. Abby, without her ability to return as she typically does, she generally is a threat on the counter. Unfortunately, Stars player offsides on that clearing attempt by number 155, Devonna Francis.
This is going to be a card.
Yeah, this is going to be an unfortunate card to our hooker 152, Liz.
So the penalty occurred. It was offsides against the Stars. T. Fletcher, savvy veteran player out of Raleigh, ran up to the mark. She was going to try to go quick. And then the Stars player just tackled her, and that's not allowed.
Correct. We were not back 10. We did not withdraw the 10 meters on the penalty. I don't even know if your player necessarily took the tap. So that's going to put Stars down in a 14-15 deficit. That also gives us our hooker off the field. So we're going to be making some adjustments with our lineouts and with the scrums. We'll see immediately here. I would estimate that we will move someone into the hooker channel and defend the line-out, anticipating perhaps a Capital drive being so close to their own goal. So again, Matt, you mentioned the mistakes and the penalties. We see teams, really taking advantage of anything the other team will give them, so trying to exploit weaknesses. Luckily, a little bit of defensive pressure from our Stars side, launching on the attack, causes the Capital knock-on. So it buys us out of an exit here.
Curious decision to get it off the top there by the Capital. Usually see a drive in that situation, especially, if that's a front row player who's off, you've got to know that and attack it.
Well, what we did right now is we actually pulled our weak side wing, Madison Taylor from the Berkeley All Blues, into the scrum. She's stepping into hooker position. We have to be careful as the Stars team to make sure that we don't turn this ball over and we don't expose the weak side. So these are things players on the field should be thinking about. Of course, a scrum Stars put in means that we're hoping to retrieve our own scrum, and that is an 8-pick from Katie Marlowe. That is her off the back pass. We were practicing that in practice. Unfortunately, yes, turned over.
Ashley Van Driesen with some great defense. Ashley's out of Norfolk with the Norfolk Storm. Leg drive, keeping the ball alive.
Yep, a solid maul by the Capital Selects.
Got a punch ball here. There's gaps. Katie Litton looking for
a solid tackle by number 1, Katie Sanford, wearing the Stars kit.
T. Fletcher with the pick and go on herself. She's alone. She needs to get this ball out. Maul is called. Capitals can produce it. Let's see if they can get it out. Yes, they do.
So this is something that is some smart play with the pick and go. Again, Stars being down one person. We did anticipate that T, normally being a forward, may carry the ball herself a little bit more than a scrum half might typically do. Stars lucky here. having the penalty, Capital holding the ball and not releasing. So this is going to give us, again, a breath of fresh air playing inside of our 22. So we talk about exit strategies right now. We're going to be looking to get outside of our red zone, put some pressure on Capital. Middle of the field on this wide field. So we'll see what the Stars put together. It looks like it is going to be a kick to touch off the boot of Frida Fatu.
Huge mistake by the Capital Selects there. Avery Rain, number 4, out of Nova. Took
We
the
see a
ball
little bit
in.
of trickery from Frida. So Frida, again, an experienced player is playing with the Berkeley All Blues. Getting the ball to the outside. This is Krista Banks on the attack right now. Another Scioto Valley Squirrels player, also playing her 7s with 18-23. So this is good go forward. So we saw them perhaps a little bit unsure of getting the ball to touch. Frida tapping and going. Now Stars going through a couple of phases and a nice strike run here. Stars driving back Capital on defense. I love this go forward out of the team. And we see another ball to the weak side, this time into the hands of Nicole Burr. Second row with a chip and chase. And we see a Stars bounce heading back to our direction. Capital mishandling the ball. A solid tackle by Madison Taylor, that wing again. Wing/hooker in 15s while we are short a person. And I can't be upset with that. Down one player, going forward on the attack, causing havoc with our defense, and now it's going to be a scrum to our Stars team.
Well, I can certainly be upset with it because that was unforced errors again. Penalties, that could be a 10-point swing, and it's definitely 5 points that we worked hard to get down there and then just were unable to get anything out of it.
So again, looking at some tactical changes, we do have Nicole Burr. We mentioned her as a second row with that 134. She's now moving back to the number 8 spot. That means our second rows would then be Rebecca Trapp and Katie Marlowe. We see Krista Banks as a flanker here on our near side. We'll put in by Sharon. The ball making its way to the back of the scrum. Nice work by the Stars, and it was a nice job by that Capital scrum half getting out quickly.
That was a good fend off by the Stars scrum half. Great defense from Ashley Van Driesen to stick with it.
Unfortunately, a turnover here, a penalty against the Stars. So again, referees calling the not releasing quite a few times. Both teams need to adjust then to his refereeing style. We see a gorgeous kick to touch. Was that off the boot of T. Fletcher?
No, that was Maggie Olney.
Thank you. So your forward's active in kicking. I anticipated T. Fletcher may have been the kicker because T actually played high school football. We both come from Illinois. We're 1 year apart in age. I kicked on my high school football team in Palatine, Illinois. She was at Cary Grove. Some unique crossover stories when it comes to the sport of rugby. We have players, for instance, prop Charlie Jacoby. She is wearing 103. You see her back to us in the lineout. She was a college cheerleader. She was at practice for cheerleading at Kent State University. The rugby team was doing something. Charlie was loud and asking what it was. The coach said, "Come on over." And now here she is.
It's a great drive. They got the blind side open if they want it.
And it's
if
good
T can get
recycling
it out,
here.
Looks like they collapsed them all, and it's a penalty advantage to the Capital Selects. They got opportunity this way. What they can't do is panic, and they can't press. It felt really pressed. They were putting a lot of pressure on themselves when they were inside the 22 earlier.
So we're going to see the long advantage here called by the referee. I think we may take another minute. Your Capital flanker looks like she may have lost a contact wearing the number 7 jersey. So Capital in the traditional rugby kit.
Yeah, that's Kayla Cook. It looks like she's all set. She's out of Raleigh. She's had an impact on this game already. T. Fletcher could use to look around a little bit more. There are opportunities. Looks like that's going to miss touch.
So this will be a gift to Stars. This is something where that's a ball that you want to find touch. The width of the field playing a little bit. There's not much wind today, so we see Abby Smith on the counter after Frida Fatu fielded the ball. We are trying to move the ball into space, so I love that the ball receiver passed it out wide. So Stars getting through a couple of phases here. Again, a lot of width to work with. We're going to the strong side of the field. That's Emily Hranchuk with the ball in hand.
Nice
Emily
set.
on
Nice
the go. And she has a support on the outside to Andrea Sanchez. Andrea, another Scioto Valley Squirrel.
Chase. Nice tackle, Chelsea. Good work, good effort, good energy. The Capital Selects are getting back very well.
It was fantastic tracking by Chelsea, what she did nicely there, too. She matched the pace. She didn't over-pursue her defender. She was able to get her footwork in, draw herself close.
And
but
the
now
Capital
it's still...
Nicely done. Stolen by the Capital Selects. T. Fletcher with the nice boot downfield. Nobody's back there. Holly Zoller on the chase.
Holly, a quick player herself. Holly Zoller was a U23 All-American, so playing her rugby with Raleigh. We know she's quick. We had her on our roster last year.
Yeah, she's really good. There's a little bit of miscommunication out there, and again, that could be a select side pattern adjustment. On the Capital Select side, the center and the wing both collapsed on one player, left the outside open, and there's a lot of talent on this field. If you give them the space, they're gonna exploit it.
It's interesting playing on this field too. We're talking about unique conditions of playing in the cold. Playing on turf, you play rugby on turf from time to time. And again, this is a nice, properly sized field. It's got the width, it's got the depth. So rugby fields, looking at the opportunity to play on 70 meters wide, 110 meters long is something different than a lot of these women will experience with their clubs back home, where you kind of get what the parks will give you.
And at what time?
That
it's
is
so
correct.
Frustrating when I hear women have to play at 11 in the morning or something like that. There's got to be a way to work it out with people.
That's true. It's always fun getting a game under the lights or getting the double headers with a strong men's side, double headers working with the colleges. On that note of time, thank you to everybody that has tuned in today. We are getting text messages and tweets from around the U.S., including a few from around the world. We know we had 1 o'clock kickoff here in the D.C. area, but time changes on the West Coast for anyone that's tuning in from Berkeley and more. We do appreciate the early Sunday morning wake up.
And I do want to remind everybody, stick with us all day today. We've got a full day of rugby going on here. We have the women right now. We're going to have a women's developmental match following this one. And then at 3:15, the men's Capital will face off against the men Stars.
And we just talked about the opportunity to have these great games. Would just like to say we have a message coming in from USA Women's 15's coach Pete Steinberg saying, great to have games like this. Good work, all involved. Pete, thank you. We hope this carries over to the 2017 Women's World Cup. So back to the action on the field. We see Capital go weak off of the scrum. That is in the hands of Holly Zoller. Stands out with her bright blonde hair. Capital in possession again, coming off the hands of T. Fletcher. Going
nice
out wide.
Series here. Let's see if they can keep possession. Nicely done. Capital Selects have lots of bodies out here. Let's see if they can manage this. Good passing, 2-on-1. No, unable to finish. It's going to be an intentional knock-on. Nope.
Don't think the referee's going to rule that intentional. I think Abby was making a legitimate attempt at picking off that pass. Normally, an intentional knock-on would result in a penalty, and we actually see a scrum to the Stars. So there may have been a forward pass involved, would be my guess. We'll be checking the time on the clock right now to see if we can get our hooker Liz back on the field. Being down a player, you come away pretty happy if you can maintain the scoreline. Preventing Capital from scoring in that 10 minutes of having a player sin binned is something that is you can hang your hat on, for lack of a better term.
And we are still just sitting at 5-0. Stars in the lead. Probably about halfway through the first half. It's been a good quality rugby. Capital Selects are now getting a few more opportunities with possession, and just little mistakes are keeping them out. So.
Again, we have some great overhead shots of these scrums near our commentary booth. Thank you to Next Level Rugby for coming out. The gentlemen of Next Level putting on a 4-camera setup, able to get the game here from all the different angles, doing some excellent work. So we'll see more work in the scrum here. Again, perhaps checking the time on the sin bin. Having our wing at hooker puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage. If you're Capital's Kayla Cook, you're looking to see, hey, let's steal the ball. I got the weak side of the field open.
Back row here is made up of Norfolk Storm with Ashley Van Driesen wearing 6, Katie Lutton wearing 8, and she's out of James River Rugby in Richmond, Virginia. And then Kayla Thompson is number 7.
So it looks like
Capital
is getting the steal. I was watching the play there of Maggie Olney in her stinked yellow scrum cap. I have had to prop against Maggie myself. She is one of those players that knows all the tricks, and now it's going to
Megan Gilmore. Try to Capital Selects. Megan Gilmore with the Chelsea Garber finds the space. No commitment to her on the defense. She hits the gap, and then Megan Gilmore is flying through for the offload right in the center.
It was a good job of exploiting our Stars' weaknesses by the Capital Selects. Not only were they able to steal the scrum, they were able to find the space on the field. We are sitting at 5-all pending this conversion kick from fly half Chelsea Garber.
And that's the effect of that yellow card, I think. You're down a player. Capital Selects had to take advantage of that one-player advantage, and they finally did. It took them all 10 minutes to get to it, but they finally settled down. Maggie Olney in that front row took control of the scrum. It was nicely executed backline movement, and a try resulted from Megan Gilmore, who is a national champion with Scion in Sevens.
Yep, one of many of our women's national development academies alongside the Northeast ODA, the ARPTC in Little Rock, as well as the Atavis Academy. something that I'm watching right now is the body language of our Stars players in the in goal. You have to be happy with the fact that we have been playing well, one woman short. Something else that is worth noting is that Stars is treating this as a full competition match. We have 22 players rostered. We are playing with normal substitutions. Capital, with a little bit of a larger roster, is doing rolling subs. So we're trying to treat this as an opportunity to say, this is what high-level rugby is like. We want our players to play the minutes and play meaningful minutes. That was a lot of our pregame meetings this morning, talking about the fact that when you have 80 minutes of rugby, there's maybe 30 minutes of real sports action on the field. All the time stoppages when you have conversion kicks, time stoppages for scrums, for lineouts, and then you have the minutes where you're just actively recovering on the field too. So if you can maximize the time that you get, we say that you are renting time on the field, so fill up the tank and have a go.
And the higher level you play, the more that minute number increases. And some of these players maybe in their regular club matches, that ratio is probably more like 20 minutes or whatever.
Right. I do like this play here. So a nice kickoff by our Stars. I believe that was Cindy Campbell on the restart. Frida Fatu, the tail gunner there, able to cover Maggie Olney in the yellow scrum, kept receiving for Capital. It is Capital going forward, but we were able to keep them kind of far back in the field. We see the chip and chase. That ball will stay on field. Of course, if it was in front of the 22, we would see some differences in how the play was called. And that was an uncharacteristic bobble there by fullback Abby Smith.
Kayla Cook has the ball. We got penalty advantage for not rolling away. T. Fletcher is feisty as ever.
So that's unfortunate call. Prop Charlie Jacoby trying to get her way out, but we saw such a quick Capital ruck there that it was impossible for her to dig her way out of the bottom of that mess.
Nice reaction from the Capital Selects backs to get under that kick, and then a little knock on by the Stars. Advantage was called. Holly Zoller took it and gave it to her counterpart wing, Kayla Cook.
So we see the kick to touch by that number 1, Maggie Olney from the Capital Selects.
No charge on penalty.
We hear the referee talking to number 134, again, Nicole Burr, second row /8, and someone that's played some prop when she's been at the National All-Star competition. Referee telling her no charge on penalty.
So another attacking platform inside the 22 here for the Capital Selects. See what they come up with here off the lineout. They had a great drive the last time they did this, and that's not straight, so it'll be turned over.
A little bit of confusion there with the lineout numbers. We saw Burr stepping out of our Stars lineup. So Capital, they are anchoring their front and their back lifters. They're inserting 3 lifter jumpers. They're going to have options for these strong and diverse athletes where they're going to go. So we see a traditional 5-man setup, but not with the traditional pod, middle lifter pod, but rather people that can step in and move. And then you're able to get into some feints and some fake jumping. We see the short line out coming from the Stars. So that was Charlie Jacoby on the receiving end of the throw. We do have our hooker Liz Gallant back on the field, so 15-15 once again.
Sarah Lundy had some great defense there on that short play. Did not go forward, so play continues.
That's into the hands of a fly half Devonna Francis. Devonna, typically a scrum half, but moving in the fly half position. That is one of the things with these touring teams is we have to see who's available at what time. Typically late January, you think that you're going to get a full, complete roster, but sometimes with vacation time away from work, we have a lot of professional women, we have a lot of students in our pool, and when we go on every single Stars tour, it is a different makeup, it is a different chemistry. A lot of these players, if you're able to look online at our rosters, we have our Stars blog, which is www.starsrugby7s.blogspot.com. The Stars next to players' names indicates a veteran player. Right now, unfortunately, we see a kind of a rookie mistake with a penalty again to the Capital Selects after a few phases that we had. It's disheartening to disrupt the flow, so it'll be Capital with a penalty yet again.
And the Capital Selects are doing a good job taking the space away on defense. I think now we've seen the adrenaline wear off and the excitement kind of settle down. Everybody got their sweat going, their heart rate's up, so now we've settled into the meat of this first half, and it's 7-5 right now. Capital Selects on top of Stars Rugby. And Capital with opportunity here, just eliminating these small errors. I think Capital, when they do that, they'll be able to get string some phases together. And
interesting to note right now, Capital with a setup where they have their prop inserted off of or in front of the fly half, so looking at crashing runners that could have come off that line out. And we do see wing Holly Zoller on the other side of the field. So Capital stacking their offense to our near commentator side. Would love to see a Stars steal and take advantage of the fact that they're in a little bit of a different shape.
Looks like they just stole it. The Capital Selects couldn't get the maul out. That was an excellent defense defending maul by the Stars.
And now we see Holly moving back. It looks like Holly's actually moved to the fullback position. So again, Capital with rolling subs is able to get some players some time in different positions. So Holly has the green boots when we do see her on screen again. Right now it's the lineout on screen. Hooker Liss is going to be throwing in. We see that it may be a call to the back for Nicole Burr wearing that 134. She had her hands up and shown. Goes to the first jumper. Charlie Jacoby on the recovery off the ball. Something we are doing, again, with a limited amount of time. We're not instituting 10 different line-out plays. Our layouts are largely going to be over the top, and they are going to involve our hooker coming around the back. So don't feed that info to Coach Tonga Fagueli of the Capital Selects. That's one of our little tricks. We see Frida again with her side steps upfield. Frida Fatu of the Berkeley All Blues. We affectionately call her one of our many bun heads as part of our Vegas Sevens contingent last year. Played on our elite team that narrowly lost to Rugby Canada, but still advanced out of the pool play to the Cup quarterfinals.
Capital Selects, again, the tackling is the issue here. Kayla Cook and a little bit of extracurricular there. There we go. There's a nice head-up tackle from Maggie Olney.
Yeah, it was a good strike run by our number one, Katie Sanford, but Maggie stopping that forward momentum.
Like
this is
stolen.
a size mismatch. That is Ryan Van Nordheim of the Capital Selects. Again, someone that's also played for Stars. She saw the opportunity to go a little scrum hacking, if you will, off the size of our scrum half, Sharon.
Ryan Van Nordem out of James River Rugby.
Distinctive with her blue hair. Ryan actually works for Stone Brewing, so if any of her colleagues are tuning in, if you'd like to donate a case for every good thing Ryan does, I don't think either of our teams would say no. We're going to have a scrum here to Stars Rugby. Something that's been standout, I think, of your Capital team has been the pressure they've put in the rucks. They are contesting those rucks hard. If we're looking, sometimes you see teams zero out, but it looks like Capital is going 100% contesting every ruck defensively, so that might change a little bit of how we attack coming in the second half. Of course, we have this bird's eye view from the lovely Evergreen Sports Complex. We are about 33 minutes into the first half of play with Capital leading 7-5.
Capital have been pretty good on the scrummages. They've stolen a couple against the head. One of them resulted in a try, and they've definitely held their own and on their own possession. So, I've noticed that the Stars haven't really selected scrums when they had a chance. So, Capital Select should be pretty happy about scrummaging today.
That is a source of pride, I have to say, as a former Type 5 player myself. Anytime you can steal a scrum against the other team. And that's really about maximizing turnovers. When we look at stats that are relevant to rugby, there are some coaches that love to look at missed made tackles, forward carries, things of that nature. One of my favorite stats is turnovers, something you can draw from any other sport. This is not turned over. This is a good attack. We saw the strike run by Emily Ranchuk fainting. Instead, the ball in the hands of outside center Cindy Campbell. And again, to Devonna Francis, our fly half, looping around. Devonna, a little bit of a break. That's Holly Zoller from Capital on the tackle, but we have numbers with the Stars. We see a nice Fijian-style offload, and now it's into the hands of Madison Taylor on the near side wing. Again, still going forward. This is Cindy Campbell with the ball, fighting again. Numbers with Stars, knocked forward in the ruck. It looked like either that or it might have been Capital. We'll see what the referee has to say. But regardless, Capital comes away with the ball, but the Stars come away with possession downfield. We're going to end up, well, we'll look to see what the referee says, what we're going to end up with. It looks like it's going to be a line out to the Stars. Close
Again,
to the try line.
Poor tackling by the Capital Selects. Gives up big chunks of territory against hard running backs. Holly Zoller really helped us out there making that one-on-one open field tackle, which is never easy to do. And then a little bit try too hardness, I guess you would call it. I mean, just trying to do a little bit too much. Ryan could have just turned her big body around and just set a good platform. But that's a good steal from the Selects, and the counter ruck here from the Stars is slowing, messing it up just enough.
So we see the clearing kick by T. Fletcher. A high ball. It is bouncing. Again, these are the conditions of playing on the turf. We see the ball back into Stars' hands. And again, we see numbers out wide to the left. Stars with movement in the backs before. That's what got us downfield, was that nice miss two. And then Devonna as the fly half moving around, looping around the 13. We saw a nice 7 style play, which as a Stars Rugby 7s team you'd expect. Good launch here on defense by Capital. The ball bouncing around a bit. That's into the hands of Emily Haranchuk, again, the college player out of Oakland. Support on the ruck. And we see some good go forward. The ball, again, it's bouncing on this turf field.
Yeah, the Capital Selects there on like every other phase. They're not coming up on defense, and the Stars are just too big and aggressive to catch like that. You got to come up. But that second phase right there, they came up hard on defense and applied the pressure, and it just forces errors even at the top level of rugby, if you put pressure on people and make them perform under pressure, the mistakes will come.
That is correct. We talk about the strongest offense being a strong defense. I saw prop Charlie Jacoby dancing for a bit, setting up for the scrum. Charlie has been working strongly on her fitness, and so her jersey from our tour against Life University in 2015 is a little bit big. Still serving her well, wearing the red, white, and blue. While we are a USA development team, we do have players. We have Emily Orr that will be coming off the bench and wearing the number 120. She is from Canada. Wing on the far side, Andrea Sanchez, played college rugby in Canada. And then our hooker, Liz Gallant, actually a dual USA-Canada citizen.
Yeah, fitness is always critical here, and I think that's another reason why this game is so great for both of our teams here and our athletes, because it forces them to actually work out during the off season when they know this game is coming up, and stay fit and gets them ready for their club game. And this is a dominant scrum by the Capital Selects, and they just destroyed the Stars scrum. They should be really happy with that. Kicks to the middle of the field, Megan Gilmore.
Yep, straight into the hands of our fullback, Abby Smith, wearing the number 161 jersey. Again, a nice offload to Cindy Campbell. Now into the hands of center Emily Hranchuk. Emily, she's had quite a few nice line breaks today. If we were keeping stats going forward, I would say she probably has a good couple hundred meters. Nice tackle. So Capital is benefiting from some solid one-on-one tackling, where on most teams it would be some tries. It is some numbers to the outside. That is Frida Fatu with the ball. She's going to see if she can link up with her Berkeley teammate, Madison Taylor. But it is a fend. Frida Fatu with try number 2. That is our DJ, Frida Fatunes from the Berkeley All Blues. We'll see what she has for her mixtape for celebration. But right now, that puts Stars up 10-7 in the closing minutes of the first half. I love the timing of this. We are at 39 minutes into the first half of play. We'll see if we can strategically kill the clock with our conversion kick. Of course, the referee with the official time on the field. We see Frida thanking her teammates again. So while Capital had that strong scrum and put us on our backs, it was the fullback, Abby Smith, receiving that ball cleanly, moving the ball to space. She had her center, Cindy Campbell, and Emily Hranchuk both around the outside, and that yields a Stars lead late into this first half of play.
It's the little mistakes, and at this level, they're just pounced on. You see it over and over again in this match. And right now, the Capital Selects are making more of those mistakes than Stars, for sure. They may be dominating in some areas of the game, and she makes it.
All right, so Cindy Campbell slots the conversion. That will put the Stars up 12-7. We'll see if we have time for a few more plays here at the Evergreen Sports Complex. A great half of rugby, Matt. I'm happy.
I am happy, too. I mean, you can't ask for anything but a good game, a good matchup, and lots of good athletes playing at their best, and I think that's what we have right now. Just get rid of the little mistakes on both sides, and it'll be an exciting second half for sure.
So imagine if we played this game today and we played each other again like 2 or 3 days from now, and how different that would be. It'd be quite exciting if we could only win the lottery and put ourselves in this rugby bubble where we can continually develop all the time as a sport that is kind of somewhat underfunded compared to our friends playing soccer and baseball and hockey and the like. It's difficult to get teams together and people together for matches like this. You know, it's in the off season. Thanks to the support of the Capital Rugby Union for hosting our team, for putting this together, and for an eye on development of the men and the women alike.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Capitals that was they just missed it. There was pressure deep.
And this is a strong run now coming from Stars. What a hole! Well done. That is our prop and our captain, number 1, Katie Sanford. She benefited from the play before of Nicole Burr sucking in some of the Capital defense. If we can get a second try here to close out the half, that's going to be a game changer. Right now, I like the possession. I like to go forward. Capital in a nice flat line across on defense. It's going to take some depth from the Stars to make anything happen. But now we see the Capital defense a little bit, well, like Swiss cheese, a few holes. They're setting up nice in that defensive line, but they're not all launching together, Matt, and you mentioned that before.
And they're catching, and it's going to result in points if they continue to catch. That's a little bit better coming up, but still, look, Katie letting them too high on that tackle. Referee may still have advantage on from an offsides from earlier, and he's going to call this one for sure.
It has been some long advantages from the referee. So again, these are adjustments and adaptations that we'll be making as the game goes on. These are learning opportunities for the women. So I mentioned before that yellow carded player, while it's unfortunate, is a learning opportunity. How do you pull together? How does Capital attack when they have a one-man advantage? How does Stars kind of set in with some defense? And so these are great chances for these women to come away from this game with something that they may not experience back home. something worth noting as well is that we had an initial plan with Stars to make some substitutions about midway through the first half of play, and we haven't made those changes yet. So this is still the same 15 we started the game with. Capital making changes, and that might be a reason why some of the defense is a bit disjoint. A nice hold. This is something Cindy Campbell does so well. Cindy Campbell can thread any single needle that she wants to, but it is Kayla Cook that's the recipient of that pass. Cindy looking for the offload with the hard shoot from T. Fletcher on defense. Now it is Stars shooting on defense. Krista Banks going for the tackle. We see Stars kind of zeroing out. That's something we use in sevens quite frequently. Zeroing on the ruck, looking for the next phase. Katie Sanford thought that she might come away with the ball. It is a penalty to Capital. Again, not much time left to play in this first half of action.
Just trying to do a little bit too much, right? You have a good ruck platform set, and then Katie Lutton tries to scrum half pass it out. And that's going to bring us to halftime, Liz. It's 12-7. It was a good first half, a really good competitive first half. Good athletes, nice high level of play, good patterns, good refereeing, good forwards and back play. I'm excited to see what the second half is going to bring, and see if Capital can eliminate some of these small mistakes.
I think you're absolutely right. So coming into halftime, we're going to see what these coaching staffs are really made of. So our Stars coaching staff of Nick Benson, in San Diego, he is moving to Utah tomorrow. Is taking on a role with Rugby Utah, another state and another union really involved in the development of players. We saw their men's side win the Sevens National Championship, kind of an all-star team of sorts. They do have a Rugby Utah NDA. Would like to say hello to my friends as well with the Utah Lions Academy. That is a high school program that is producing athletes to get into the ODAs, producing athletes to get into colleges. They have players that are overseas, and of course in Utah they have many players that are currently serving their Mormon missions. But I know the Utah Lions are tuned in. We've had a few of their players play for us, and of course to all of our family and friends kind of watching and tuning in around the world. Was going to get back to it, so that's Nick Benson. Our other coach is Jeff Horton from Kent State University. He serves as a manager in some of the USA NASC assemblies. And then Joel Bonod, he is the head coach of Ohio State University, the 1823 women's program, and assists as well with Scioto Valley. So we'll see what they do at halftime. I know your coaching staff quite expert as well.
Yeah, Julius Toga Fanueli is the head coach. He is with the Washington Irish, but has a lengthy history with women's rugby in the region. We have Matt Estes, which is a high school coach here locally, along with Stephen Davis with Washington Rugby Club. And he's actually going to be playing later on today at hooker in the men's game. And then, so yeah, lots of experience there. Great coaching, great athletes. This is what this game is all about. We're live, Leesburg, Virginia, Evergreen Sports Complex. We're going to take a break for a couple minutes and stick with us. Long day of rugby, full day of rugby, great day of rugby.
Not be content, right? We've got a critical mass. We've got 500 people here this weekend. It's a critical mass of individuals that care so deeply about our game that if we stay energized and we leave here with what we pick up, the relationships we build, the friendships, but more importantly than anything, the shared energy. right? The shared energy to go out and drive our game forward. That's what we can leave here with after 72 hours. And that's what I'll continue to work as hard as I possibly can to that end. And I just want you to have the privilege of being able to carry the baton for what our membership is going to try to achieve. But we need to always remember that we all are USA Rugby, and we all are part of our membership and part of our organization. All right, so cheers to that. I thank each of you for making the trip in to push it forward, right? And I'll commit to that I'll give you everything I have to help achieve that, right? For as long as I'm privileged to do that. So thanks for making the trip in this weekend. Get back to what we need to do, which is build relationships, collaborate, brainstorm, solve all the country's rugby problems in 48 hours, all right? But enjoy the atmosphere and enjoy
out there, and you're leaving, opportunities for yourself to make mistakes. Have fun, know what you're doing, enjoy the game.
Be mobile, express yourself. Let's talk about mindset. Because I know there's a lot of girls who are nervous today, especially the new girls that came into the program, they're kind of nervous. Don't be. This might be the select side, but it's still rugby, right? You still go against the girls only have 2 legs, 2 hands, 1 brain. There's nothing stupid about her. It's just another player. The moment you say that player is better than me, might as well don't play the game. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust your ability to play rugby. Mistakes will happen, so be it. That's not the most important thing. It's the very next play. It's how you prove your teammate, I'm better than that. Yes, we're gonna drop balls. We're gonna miss tackles. Right? Mistakes will happen, believe me. Even the professional league, mistakes happen everywhere. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing, how can you bounce back and do the right thing for the team? Take a deep breath. Let's talk about mental toughness again. I'm better than this. I can catch the ball, I can run. Then we always say, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Let's take a deep breath. Think about your ability to play rugby and just play. You have to deal with a lot of pressure. If you're able to cope with that pressure, you're going to be a good player. You're going to be a very good player. But if you did not cope with that pressure, then we need to figure out something else so we can be a better player.
Who captain? Ready?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from Leesburg, Virginia, in the Evergreen Sports Complex. My name is Matthew Robinette, alongside Liz Entwistle. We are starting the second half of the Capital Selects to our left and kicking off against the Stars Rugby Developmental Selects in the dark blue to the right, and leading this game currently 12-7.
This is a good start for our Stars team. A little bit of a mistake on the kickoff there, straight into the hands of Katie Marlowe. Some solid rucking platforms. We saw Sharon, the scrum half, calling for the ball. It got into the hands of a great strike run from Nicole Burr. We see substitute Keita Sutton of the Atlanta Harlequins taking the ball into that ruck. Capital looking a little more sure-footed on their tackling right now. We see Cindy Campbell probing the defense, Sharon distributing the ball, and Nicole patiently waiting for the pass. That's Nicole again. She had a chip and chase a little bit earlier. Nicole starting the game in second row, moving to number 8 with some of our adjustments. So far, it looks like one substitution at halftime. And again, that is Keita Sutton coming in at hooker, substituting off Liz Gallant. So this is another Stars veteran. Adds a lot of experience on the field. Stars with good go forward. We love maintaining possession of the ball. Burr with the ball again in hand, and a nice pass from the second row into the hands of, it looks to be, that was Cindy Campbell with the ball. We see the ball knocked forward by Capital, nearly stealing it away. It'll be a Stars scrum just a few meters past midfield. A great game of rugby so far. Thanks to all of you that have tuned in. Tell your friends, get them watching. We have a 12-7 match with high-level women's rugby players. Get the word out. Follow it on Twitter, on Facebook, however you can tell everybody to tune in, because we're watching some future World Cup players, if not some potential future Olympians out here.
Yeah, it's been really good, and the Stars picked up right where they left off with those big, heavy runs right in the middle, kind of breaking down that defensive line, interior line, and forcing 2-3 Capital Select players to make these tackles. and then exploiting the outside opportunities.
That is something we talked about at halftime, is the fact that there is so much space on the field. If we're able to suck in the defense, it is opening up the room. That is a nice coverage on defense there by number 19 from Capital, Ariel Johnson, of course, one of a couple players here in the United States that have battled back from cancer to make their way back onto the pitch. Ariel playing rugby with Nova, an Atlantis player when it comes to her sevens. So it's great seeing Ariel back in action. Last year she was on the sideline as she was going through her chemotherapy treatments.
Yeah, that was a good defensive play there by Ariel, thankfully. The big difference here that you're seeing is that when the Stars mistakes happen, they're cleaning them up and they're taking care of the ball. When the Capital mistakes happen, they're resulting in turnovers. And whatever the Stars did really shifted the opportunity to, they cleaned up their scrums.
Oh, that's a cheeky play from fly half Chelsea Garber of the Capital Slugs, getting the ball to open space downfield. We see a bit of a mishandle by our fullback, Abby Smith, and a player going into the post. Thank goodness we have the proper setup and safety measures taken with the padding there. But that is not what we want to see out of Stars Rugby. Hopefully we execute our exit strategy well. That, again, not quite what we're looking for. The ball tipped to Capital. That is T. Fletcher on the attack. Fortunately going to where there's a constellation of Stars players set up on defense.
A little bit isolated, but they were able to get over there and help. So the Capital Selects have control of the ball now. Let's see if they can work this down to the try line and get some points out of this series.
That is
an offsides.
I disagree with that call, respectfully. T. Fletcher, the scrum half for Capital, 2 hands digging in for that. Kita just a hair offside, says the referee, and now it is Capital
Chelsea
coming
Garber,
away with a
quick
try.
tap and takes it herself. Finds a little gap, little dummy offload switch, and then right in for 5 points. That was a great movement by Chelsea. That was all Chelsea from the middle, kicking it up, getting the pressure on down there. Good. And then another little kick to try to get it in the middle through her support. Unable to get it there, but was able to turn the pressure into points.
Yeah, that is something that we want to do. So we talk about minimizing mistakes and maximizing opportunities. We had a couple of mistakes there. It was a nice kick by Chelsea going to where the open field was. And now it is a Capital try tying the match 12, all pending the conversion kick.
Well, that brings the score to 12-12, pending the kick. And says all points are important in this game for sure. They both came out battling here in the second half with some pace. Capital just was able to get down there, and either one of these teams inside the 22 is a dangerous team.
It is. It's just a matter of getting to the 22. We see another substitution that's going to be coming on for our Stars Rugby 15s team. That is scrum half Emily Orr coming onto the field. We'll see if she takes over for scrum half Sharon or if she might be coming in as one of the back 3 players. She played her college rugby at Norwich University, a national champion in both 7s and 15s alike. Hails from St. Albert, Canada, and is currently getting her master's or PhD at Wake Forest. So she's local here, but she's kind of isolated with the teams that she's able to play for. So we're happy to take her. And we're happy with that misconversion. It remains 12-12. Stars tied with the Capital Selects. We'll see what we do off this kickoff here. I would imagine an immense amount of pressure coming especially from Frida Fatu. She has been the star of the match so far with her 2 tries. She's been kicking to touch. She's been feinting all over the field. She's got that nice little step. She's got the stiff arm. So we're going to see center Cindy Campbell on the restart and hopefully Stars coming away with the ball.
Along with Ariel coming on for the Capital Selects, Lisa Jackson is also in the game. She's moving up to front row for the Selects. Good high kick. Did not travel 10, so the referee's going to bring it back, and it'll be an option here. They're going to choose a scrum.
So some other substitutions made. We see number 125, Chip Bell, on the field. Chip is taking over for the flanker position and pushing Frida out to outside center. So I believe that is Emily Hranchuk. May have been moved to another position. I still see her ponytail on the field. We have the same back 3, so that was Emily Orr that subbed in at scrum half as well, wearing number 120. This will be a Capital put in at midfield. An unfortunate, unforced error out of our Stars side, so that's been both teams now with 1 unfortunate restart.
Good,
so we're tied in
drive
match.
there from the Stars. See which side they decide to go. They go to the overloaded side. Chelsea Garber finds the gap again. That's been there all day. Looking for the support. Nice dummy on the outside. Chelsea has 3 meters, 2 meters. Try! Capital.
And that's exactly what we didn't want to do. We just gave up 2 Capital tries within the span of 2 minutes. It is Chelsea that has been the star of the Capital side. So before, it was her chipping her way downfield and forcing the pressure on Stars, coming away with a try. Chelsea again with another. We'll see how we rebound here.
Such a difficult place to defend. Scrum in the middle of the field. You have most of your team locked up in the scrum. So it's so critical that defense communication is coming out of between the scrum half and who's got who and who's going where and where the responsibilities are. And right there, no one was able to get the inside pressure on Chelsea, and it was a 3-on-2 with the second person making a little cut back in, opened up the gap even more, and Chelsea's pace got her through.
You know, and it is smart of Capital to have set up with split backs off that scrum right at midfield too, giving them the option to go to either side, keeping the team honest. It makes your fullback really think. Unfortunately, we just weren't in position to defend against that. A good breakaway. She was just a hair of a step faster. We saw Cindy Campbell trying to close out with her footwork and close it with her speed. Not quite there. This time it is Maggie Olney on the conversion attempt for Capital. The conversion is good, so that's going to put Capital up by a score of 19-12. And again, we are just 3 to 5 minutes into this second half of play. So plenty of rugby yet to play. A lot of substitutes on the bench. Of course, Capital again is using rolling subs. Stars playing the traditional normal rugby substitution laws. So we'll see if this Stars restart can get to where it needs to go.
Yeah, that's big for Capital. They needed that confidence boost. I never would have thought 2 in a row like that, but just little defensive laps and good players. And if you give good players opportunity, they take them for sure. And I would say, you know, while Chelsea got the points, that is a front row try, because they were under pressure right off the bat and held on to their scrum.
It is. It was a good scrum by Capital. It's good defensive pressure here by Stars on the kickoff. Is exactly what I would expect, you know, trying to launch and see if they can't. If we don't come away with the ball, we're sure as heck going to tackle them hard on that first contact here. So it's Capital with the ball on a solid platform. They've got the numbers out. Boom. A nice setup with their offense, but Stars launching on defense, preventing them from too much go forward. And now we see the ball.
Just stolen out of her hands.
But stolen back by Capital. A nice little box kick by the Capital scrum half, T. Fletcher. This time again in the hands of fullback Abby Smith. Abby's going to look to where is her support. She doesn't want to go one-on-one. She doesn't want to be isolated. She's connecting with her fellow Stars.
Now this could be opportunity. Stars have good numbers on both sides of the ball.
We see it out. That's in the hands of Keita Sutton. Keita
Another
is a
great
threat,
tackle
both
by
15s and 7s.
Holly Zoller.
Holly has been a defensive factor this match. She has saved quite a few tries, and right there saved what could have been a break upfield. Still a solid platform to attack for the Stars, but no, it is a penalty against us.
Not rolling away. Quick tap from Fletcher. Katie Lutton on the attack. Getting numbers on the outside. Nice run there.
Bring those down.
So now we see,
I'm not sure
again,
if
a solid Capital attack. It looked like it may have been advantage, not sure. It is Ariel Johnson
nice
scooping
move
up
inside.
the pass that found the ground.
Looking for support off to Lisa Jackson. Now they're on the attack. Capital are
on the attack. We see the strong attempt at a counter ruck. That was Nicole Burr that was involved. 4 Stars wearing
nice
jersey 134. This is some nice phase play though out of Capital, and they're slowly finding their way upfield.
Using their forwards well here. Loosening up that defense. Just that one extra pass. Just hold on to it. Just a little knock on there by the Stars.
Yep. That was Nicole Burr looking to see if she could pick off the pass. Again, putting on solid defensive pressure. Capital is doing better with ball in hand. Great go forward, multiple phases of play. We look at our principles of play when it comes to rugby. 15s is go forward, where sometimes in 7s it's just all about possession. Of course, we favor possession in the 15s game as well, but a little bit different when it comes to the senses of urgency between the two codes of play.
And when you get down in this area of the field, Ashley Van Driesen looks like she's shaken up a little bit. She's from the Norfolk Storm. She's getting swapped out with Raleigh's Kate Davis. So inside this area of the field, the possession is premium, and that one little extra pass for risk reward, you're not going to get the reward you're going with that many bodies around against a good team like the Stars. I don't know. I'm very impressed with how the Stars are deciding when to counter ruck and when not to. So back here at the center of the field, out and spread and cover. And then down here, good hard counter rucking, slowing ball for sure.
So we see the scrum collapsing. We didn't see a bind get up on this near side of the field. That's number 1, Katie Sanford. She's going head-to-head with your number 17 from the Capital Selects. So we'll see the referee come around now to the other side of the scrum. There's a little tomfoolery there sometimes with the front row.
Yeah, and she, Lisa Jackson came in at half, and she replaced Augustine Masiala out of Raleigh.
And speaking of substitutions, was able to find out a little bit about our Stars alignment. So it was center Cindy Campbell has moved to the fly half position. That did keep Emily Hranchuk at inside center in the game, and that moved Frida Fatu to outside center. So it was the Chip Bell substitution brought off of what was fly half Devonna Francis. So Stars now with the ball.
Again, trying too hard from Capital Selects on the 8 pick, trying to just make that little pass. The possession is more important than that pass.
And what that was, too, is one of our substitution changes. Emily Orr in that 120 jersey is an aggressive scrum half. Again, coached so well, played solid rugby as a national champion at Norwich University up in Vermont. So hello to the cadets there and to Coach Austin Hall if you're watching. And, of course, to Byron Elliott, her coach back home was St. Albert. Byron, congratulations on the birth of your daughter, by the way. Getting back to it, though, Emily with solid defensive pressure there. She was able to cause that turnover. So a good aggressive scrum half, and that was kind of our plan, is we had, first half scrum half, second half scrum half. Try to put Capital, keep them guessing and keep them on their toes.
We have a wide variety of age on our team, from really like 20 years old to maybe 28. What's the age range on the Stars?
I believe that is Emily Hranchuk, that outside center. That is our youngest player on the team. I would guess our age range on this one to be about 20 to 36.
So there's another dominant
forwards.
I did not see that coming at all, because the Stars have been solid this half on their scrummaging, and actually looks like they were beating us beating the Capital Selects for most of the second half. And then the Capital, I don't know what they just did. I guess Lisa got her form back and got her back straight, and the drive came from the second rows.
Yeah, we'll look at this scrum here in particular. I'm curious about this binding on what is the right side of your screen. So looking at that number 17 from Capital versus number 1 from Stars. And we've seen that go down a couple times. We see a nice solid bind there. That might be due to the presence of the referee.
So it looks like Ryan Van Norden went off, and Augustine moved to second row. I tell you, the Stars aren't afraid to attack from anywhere on the pitch. There's some missed tackle.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a missed ball handling, though, too, as well. We saw Stars trying to execute a movement. We're using our fly halves in active position. A nice tackle there by number 158, so that youngest player on our team, Emily Hranchuk.
Just running sideways there from the Capital Selects, giving the defense time to track. And there's another kick up.
So we see the chip kick. Players getting in the way of Cindy attempting to get her own kick. That's got to be some obstruction of some sort. Capital made no attempt to retreat there, though. They were directly impeding her play.
Chelsea
it is Capital
Garber
with the
again.
ball.
Chelsea Garber, one to beat. Side steps to the left, and she's in. Can she set it down? Try. Capital Selects. 3 in a row.
I would love to if we can pull up a replay of the kick and the chase afterwards. It's something that we'll have to look afterwards to see what exactly happened there, too. But if that ball is going over the heads of the Capital players, they are in an offside position, and they cannot impede our player from pursuing the ball. So it's something we'll study after. And again, we're playing to the referee here when it comes to the game of rugby, not to take anything away from Capital Selects. Chelsea Garber, again, she's got the 3 tries this half.
Yeah, and it's a tough one. I don't know. There was a lot of bodies around that ball in the air, and I couldn't tell you if it was legal or not, but it eventually ended up in the Capital Select's hands, and the quick turnovers like that are so difficult to defend. The Stars were able to get some bodies out there. It just wasn't enough after that second phase from the Capital Selects, and Chelsea, once again, too dangerous a runner and understands the gap get where the gaps are, and the conversion is good, and she found the gap again.
So this is something where it's going to call into play our mental toughness with the Stars team. We are still in the first 10 minutes of this second half. We gave 3 tries up to Capital. We had that halftime lead of 12-7. We've seen 2 converted tries from the Capital Selects plus a 3rd unconverted, but plenty of rugby yet to play. And I just got a note from our friend and USA Capped Eagle 7s and 15s, both Jenny Liu. She said thanks for the shout out. Hello to Jenny and the Glendale Raptors, as well as all of the people involved in Project Rugby Love. while we may have a couple of our scrum halves busted, we are not out, is what she said. And that's going to be our mentality here with the Stars for the rest of this half. So thank you again for everybody tuning in. A fantastic match of women's rugby. It is the Capital Selects leading, and there was Frida Fatu leading for Stars. A great tackle in pursuit on that kickoff. That's solid restarts. So we'll see if we can keep our defensive alignment. Capital has found a couple holes, and that is what happened last year. A couple holes led to some Capital tries. What was a close game in the first half of action turned into a little bit of a Capital onslaught. We see a little bit of a mishandle there. It is going to be advantage and a scrum coming to the Stars.
Capital Selects have made another change in the front row. They took off Sarah Lundy and on Jillian Aaron out of Severn River Women's Rugby Club. So the Capital Selects had opportunity on that, had good numbers on the outside and failed to execute one last pass to spring the winger, Kayla Cook. Good series there from the Capital. Let's see how this scrum, if it's settled anymore with the new front row player in there. See the platform here. Secondary drive from the Capital Selects, pushing it back, but they retain possession. And
so we see Frida Fatu, that is our outside center with the ball. Started out in the flankers, moved to the center. Andrea Sanchez on the outside, number 156, cutting the ball back inside, going to her support. I love that action. Again, we're not trying to isolate our players. We're trying to play to our support and to our strengths. Chip Bell now picks and goes off of the side of the ruck. A little bit of good forward, trying to suck in this Capital defense. And it looks like we have some numbers to the outside for the Stars in the blue, inserting prop Charlie Jacoby there with a nice strong run. And my apologies, that may have well been Katie Marlowe. Our team was all in Salon Marlowe this morning getting their hair braided, so a little bit hard because we don't see all their different hairstyles because they're all wearing their tightly woven braids.
Missed tackling here from the Capital Selects, and then the Star Select make a huge error by just not looking where they're passing the ball and just threw it right to a Capital player. Quick tap from T. Fletcher. She's got numbers on the outside.
However, she did not go through the mark. When there is a penalty situation, we have so many options. Something that we discussed with our Stars team is that if we have a penalty, depending where we are, we do have the option to choose a scrum. Of course, we can kick to touch, which Capital is about to do. You can go quick, which is what they attempted to do. And there's always the option to kick for points. With this big, wide field and where the concentration of play has been, I don't think there have been any goal kicking opportunities. How about you, Matt?
I don't think so either. And there's another unforced error from the Stars. It'll be a scrum to the Capital. I've seen a noticeable change in tactics from the Stars, that they're trying to get the ball wide now and use some of that speed on the outside. I think there's opportunity there for sure. It's just a matter of cleaning up those small errors, unforced errors.
You know, we saw, I think, thinking a step ahead of actual execution there, too. It was uncharacteristic of Andrea Sanchez to knock that ball on. She had the support. We saw the quick little hug from the teammate, Emily Orr. So keeping the mental focus strong. And again, these are tests about focus with strategy, with adjustments. We're going to adjust this scrum here. Let's see what the referee has to say.
I can't hear him. It didn't come through. He was talking to the tight head prop on the Stars. It looked like he was trying to tell her to square up her hips and shoulders.
So that would be our vice captain, Charlie Jacoby, on the far side of the scrum. On the near side, number 1, Katie Sanford. Captain and vice captain both coming from our front rows.
I love it.
So we see the put in by Capital. That's T. Fletcher with the ball in.
Good platform.
And a quick distribution out. We see nice pressure from Emily Orr, scrum half from Stars.
There's a small gap there. She's got help on the outside. Now we've got a big overload. Can she finish? Kayla Cook on the outside. Cuts it back in. Kayla Cook's out of Nova. Good hard running.
Yep, so we were talking about some missed tackles earlier by the Capital team. It was a couple of missed tackles by the Stars. We're going to try to regroup. We need to reset our offense, have heads upfield, and make sure that we're covering this Capital team.
Lisa Jackson with a nice big run there. Pushing back the Stars defense. Pick and go.
It was a nice tackle by Keita Sutton, but it was unfortunately behind the try line. That is another try to Capital. They were leading 26-12. This will put them up 31-12, pending the conversion kick. And this is, again, where, you know, some mental challenges and things too. Capital constantly refreshing their roster with what's going on field. They're able to make their subs and they're able to make adjustments as the game is going on because they're pulling people off, putting them back on again. And we're putting our Stars in a different mental space where they have to adapt to these challenges too and show their depth and show their persistence. Still plenty of time to play.
Avery Rain with the try on a nice pick and go with just a couple meters out. Capital selects from the nice platform of a scrum off the unforced error. We're able to turn it into points again.
So that's 3 errors by Stars, if not 4. I'll give you the first one. That was a beautiful kick by Chelsea Garber. There were no errors there except for that our back 3 was in a different alignment, and that was Chelsea reading it. The other 3 tries coming from errors. That's good rugby at Capital, and it's heads-up rugby. Having an experienced fly half like Chelsea Garber certainly making a difference.
It absolutely is, and I think we're seeing that it's freeing up the outside as well. The conversion was good. Freeing up the outside. She's probed the middle effectively, so now they're really paying attention to that, which is giving opportunity to some of the outside moves. Capital Select's in control of the match right now, and still plenty of time to play. The errors that we're seeing now by the Stars, the Capital were doing them in the first half, particularly in the first 20 minutes of the first half, and Stars didn't capitalize on it and get points out of those errors. And now it looks like the luck has changed and momentum has shifted over to the Capital Select sides with really that quick try right off the bat in the first half.
Yep, so another solid restart by Cindy Campbell, again moving to the fly half position, and we saw again another free to two tackle right away as the ball was received in Capital hands. Capital with good go forward, a quick ruck. We see them going to our near side of the field here. Again, free to Fatu on the tackle. And outside of her, that's wing Andrea Sanchez. A little bit of a miss on the offload. Capital still with the ball in hand. So Stars looking to realign on the field, and again looking to stop this Capital onslaught. If we can get another try here, I think that's going to put us in good space and again revive the spirits. It's a long mental game when you come into 80 minutes of Rugby 15s. Unfortunately, we are getting called on not rolling away again, not releasing. This has been pretty persistent, and I wouldn't be surprised if the referee were to have his hands on another yellow card if we continue in this manner.
We were lucky to get that penalty, really, because Katie Lutton running sideways and kind of indecisive. Katie Lutton out of James River, but she's a great young player. She just needs experiences like this to see what that pace is like and what the pressure is like. But she's a good enough athlete to square her shoulders and go, and that's what I'd like to see from her.
And with these young athletes, too, this is a great opportunity to see, okay, I love this experience. I want to play higher level rugby. Can we look at the WPL teams? So if you are tuned in from New York, from Orsu, Berkeley, the Surfers, the Minnesota Twin Cities Amazons, Atlanta, and of course the local DC Furies, be on the lookout for some of these younger players. Some of them have the chance to move when they're finishing with school or are early enough in their careers. So many athletes out here, professionals in their day jobs as well. So it's a matter of being in the right place in the right time, which is why these select sides are a value component of our USA Rugby community. This is an opportunity here for the Stars. Emily Ranchuk, ball in hand. We saw some back and forth with the kicks, some confusion about what was going on field, and now it is a penalty to Stars. This could be the nice little boost that we're looking for. So that's Emily Orr with a tap. She goes outside. Burr again. This is her third chip. I would like to say that if I were out there, I would revoke her kicking card. We want to keep ball in hand, but we had advantage. So never a bad opportunity when you have the advantage in the free play. But in terms of playing stylistic and somewhat predictable rugby, in terms of being able to predict what our teammates are doing, that's something that's also difficult in the select side opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, just getting those small little details down. It's when you don't play with them. You know they're great athletes. You know what you're going to do, and the way I say to people, just go. I mean, as long as I know if you're doing everything you can to go score, I can play off of that. Once you get indecisive or get a little bit slow or sideways, then it throws everybody else off.
It does, and that's one of the things, too, is that we look at our subs and a couple of the players out here. They have very distinct styles. I know Keita Sutton, she's playing hooker for us. She's a player that will look sideways for opportunities, and she'll pull poles almost like a sevens player, and you don't necessarily expect that out of a front row, to be mobily looking for an opportunity to strike. With Burr kicking the ball, the one thing is that she wasn't at our practices earlier in the week. There was a little bit of a miscommunication with one of her teammates back home that was supposed to give her a ride, so she arrived a day later and was forced to drive overnight. So we're lucky that she's here. We just wish that we had players that knew about her special abilities there.
So they didn't have the numbers in the line-out match, I don't believe, so it's going to be a free kick to Capital, and Chelsea Garber just drives it straight downfield.
So that's into the hands of fullback Abby Smith. She had some support to the near
tackle
side, but it looked like Capital had it covered, so she checked it. A little bit step the other way. This is Stars with an opportunity, though. Ball in hand. Let's see some good go forward. So that is Burr with the ball. A nice offload through the hands of our prop, Katie Sanford. An unfortunate drop there as there was a gap that was open. So again, seeing what was available, thinking about what was there, but remembering we need to get the ball in hand first.
Yeah, those unforced errors are really putting the Stars in a bind right now. And it's it's just a little bit off. I mean, if the Stars were able to connect on those 1 or 2 passes, they're through gaps. Their gaps are there, and it'll come. They'll get it clicking here sooner than later. Or at least they better. Right?
Again, I'm going to go back to my request that we do this as a 2-game series where we play each other 3 days apart. Let's get it in warmer weather. If you are watching from Bermuda, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Bahamas, any of those locations, and would like to host a women's rugby match, we could pull in some other teams from around the country too and get something where we can really look at development over a few days. That's a lot like our National All-Star Camp setups. It was recently the Women's Eagles assembling in Tigertown in Florida, bringing in 91 athletes to see who is going to make the World Cup roster. That pool will be narrowing down. We'll have some additional tests as the summer goes on. But right now, back onto the field and the action. We've seen a lot of issues with the scrums. This time it is a free kick to Stars. Often you'll see that because of an early put-in, and you'll see that because of a barge. I believe that was a Stars ball, so it's got to be an infringement on Capital, probably by attacking a little bit early in that scrum. Of course, we'll go back to replays after. This is just guesswork in the commentary booth.
There's another penalty. Capital Selects kind of falling apart a little bit here and
that is
losing their
Emily
discipline.
Orr with a quick tap. So taking a page of your own scrum half T. Fletcher's book, Keita Sutton through with the ball. She's the one I was mentioning before. She is going to look at all of her options here, and I think her best option is to score the try. Keita Sutton dotting it down. How about that from a front row player with a 50-meter breakdown field set up by Emily Orr, the scrum half. Both of them members of our mighty mini rugby player club. Emily Orr is 4'11", and Keita Sutton is not much taller. I like that connection and I like that spark. I hope that carries over. Maybe we can get a back-to-back tries like you did to start the half, Matt.
Powerful runner. That tight, small frame, but very powerful. Looks like Holly Zoller is favoring her leg a little bit, and probably should just take the rest of this one off.
Holly is a player that strategically, I don't mind her coming off of the field. She has saved a try or two for your Capital team. Excellent with her one-on-one tacklers. However, having played for us last year and in the spirit of women's rugby, I do not want to see her hurt as well. She's a valuable asset to her Raleigh Venom team. This is a team that has gone far in nationals. They have won the D2 national championships a few times, which is probably why you have 12 Raleigh Venom players on your roster.
Yeah, definitely. And that, you can't argue with good. Just like in the men's game, you'll see a lot of Rocky Gorge players. These two clubs, respectively men and women, are our premier clubs, Raleigh and Rocky Gorge. So, and we couldn't do this without those clubs' involvement, right? All the clubs have embraced this select side, and to a man and to a woman, they're so thankful and grateful and love doing it, and they're making new friends, and it's just so great to see it all come together. And I will say, if you go to rugby.org and if you want to play the Capital Selects, we definitely travel and we will come to you. The only thing we ask is a guaranteed return at some point.
So we see the Stars again on the attack. It was a nice kickoff here by the Capital Selects. It did pin us back into our own territory. It's giving us not a lot of options. So we see our forwards playing with the ball in hand, trying to go forward as Alex Burr before. That is Chip Bell with the ball that took it into contact now. And it looks like it is turnover. So something we don't want to see. We just score a try. We want to make sure that we are pressuring the Capital Selects and instead turn it over. Well done, Capital, in the hands of their fly half and their key player, Chelsea Garber, and she offloads it into the hands of Maggie Olney. A strong prop, plays a lot of sevens rugby as well.
Not sure if she was playing in fullback or just covering back there, but Maggie was definitely back there. A little chip kick ahead from the scrum half, T. Fletcher. Capital Select have been very good on offensive rucks.
I think we got a little bit lucky there. That was Andrea Sanchez fielding the ball. She had the support of her Stars teammates. So again, I like this decision making to go to where there are bodies on our team instead of trying to take on Capital one-on-one. It looked like the ball may have been lost, but we saw a penalty against Capital. So we're going to maintain possession. It is Cindy Campbell kicking to touch. We see her getting a little bit of a stretch now. Hard conditions. It is cold outside. We're only sitting at about 40-45 degrees. It is cloudy and overcast here in Leesburg, Virginia, playing on a turf field. These have been some long days of training. We are fortunate to have the services of chiropractor Dr. Marissa Halls out of Life University. She is a Running Eagles rugby alum as well as a doctor of chiropractic. So she's been keeping our team in tune and adjusting us all weekend long. A solid line out here by the Stars. A high pass. We saw Cindy finish that pass with her hands high in the air, and that's exactly where the ball went. Nearly gives up a try to Capital. thank goodness that ball bounced out the back. That is not a typical Cindy Campbell pass at all.
That is fantastic effort from Jessica Medinger, the center for the Capital Select. She just flew up there. She saw an opportunity for points and just went after it. She's limping a little bit now, but I think she's going to be okay. She's going to stay in the game. That was good effort there. Just an errant pass from the fly half of the Stars.
So what was a good attacking opportunity.
Platform.
Exactly. We had that platform. We were set up. There was a play called. It's just that one of those ball too sticky in hands. It wasn't released. She wasn't able to get her triceps and her wrist flick involved, looking at our good passing form. So now it is Capital with solid work off of the scrum. It was T. Fletcher, the scrum half, taking it into contact against something that you might expect off of number 8, playing in the scrum half position, especially so close to the try line. This is going to be some frantic defense by Stars. I see our fullback calling people over, making sure we're covering any potential mismatches. We see someone through the hole.
Chelsea Garber again with the efforts to get through the gap, and it's held up.
Thankfully held up. That was Frida Fatu with the tackle, and that is Julie Bode, another prop substitution coming on. She is another Kansas City Jazz player wearing number 161. Her third Stars 15 store. She started in our Lindenwood match when we played in Missouri back in October. Played with us again versus Life University back in November, and here she is on the field once again. Substituted out Katie Sanford. And I'm scanning to see if Katie came off the pitch or if she just moved into a back row position. And it looks like Katie has taken over at number 8, so that would have brought Alex Burr out. Nope, Alex Burr up to prop and Charlie Jacoby in second row now. So maybe Katie and Charlie in the second row. My apologies here. We have some very versatile forwards. So we're seeing if we can disrupt the Capital scrum because they were so strong and there were a few issues before. So not a bad adjustment to make.
Just let it drive. Sorry.
It's okay. It is a good scrum here. They have got Maggie Olney back playing either fly half or center with the ball, and it's Maggie Olney with the try. An excellent scrum by the Capital Select, driving forward. So they had great go forward, good patience from that scrum half, T. Fletcher. Good job protecting the ball from your number 8, Matt. And the try that we were looking to prevent.
Yes, and Maggie Olney has been shifted to fullback from front row to fullback. That is one versatile player, and she's been doing great at all of it. She's been defending you see her all over the place defending. You see her wind up with a try there, and she's a talented, multifaceted player, and she's got the size and speed to play at any level, I think.
I'd like to point out that Maggie Olney is wearing Stars socks. So we're going to claim all the points she scores in our tally. That's what we do, right, Matt?
I just like that she wears a yellow scrum cap so you can never miss her. That's a brave player.
As for those of you keeping track at home, of course, we have the standard 5 points for a try, 2 points for the conversion kick. Before it was Capital that was leading 33-17, 38-17, the current score pending this conversion attempt.
Maggie plays for Washington, D.C. Furies, right here out of the nation's capital.
So the kick off the mark, it is a 21-point lead for the Capital Selects. It is not impossible. We'll see what Stars is able to put together. I think we just need a couple more big breaks downfield. It really has been almost all this entire half of Capital in the Stars half of the field. We had the one breakthrough that resulted in the Keita Sutton try, but beyond that, it's our kickoffs that are going into Capital side. It's good pressure coming off the first hit. What we need is that second and third phase of defense as well. So we're going to be looking across the field, making sure that we're launching together. We do have some solid tacklers out there. Keita Sutton, Chip Bell, Frida Fatu, Cindy Campbell, all excellent. And we see Frida Fatu with the ball, a great grab by the All Blues versatile player. We have her as a flanker and a center. Unfortunately, Capital comes away with the ball, but I do like that skill
nice
in
gap.
the air. And it is
Katie
a
Lutton,
gorgeous
one
gap.
to beat. Does she have the pace? She cuts it back in. Missed tackle. She's got 15 meters to go. Oh, and a diving tackle, and unable try. Capital selects Katie Lutton off of a great series off the kickoff.
So we saw a good first play here by Stars, but turning over the ball. And again, so this is where our team is disjoint. We're kicking off. We're not set up in our defensive pattern. There's not a scrum. There's not a ruck. So we're trying to figure out who's going where we're going to color. And it was Capital that was able to take advantage of us coming forward and launching on defense. And instead, it was the go forward of like the thinnest little hole, able to go upfield and take us off our game. So we're on the front fort trying to attack, and instead we have to turn. We saw Abby Smith slow down and covering over in the fullback. She slowed down the run, but she was still able to evade it. A good try by Capital.
Yeah, and that's a unintended consequence of counter rucking, right? You had the young woman from Berkeley in there fighting for that ball, and then not all of them, but many of the Stars players were watching that. And then when that ball turned over, now all of a sudden you got all these dark blue jerseys in one area, and one offload finds a gap.
So we were at 38-17. We are going to go to 45-17 now. So now it is a 4-try lead for the Capital Selects. One thing you do have to appreciate, though, is while Frida came away with that ball and that challenge in the air, as that breakaway happened downfield and the try was scored, Frida was applauding your players. That's something you always see. It's hashtag things Frida does. All blues, all day.
And Frida is right 135 right here?
That's correct.
I think I remember seeing her on the stream of the Women's Sevens Championship. Did she play for Berkeley in that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she was the standout in that one, too.
Yeah, we've had a few players come to us from the All Blues, a few from the Women's Premier League. So we have players this weekend from the Atlanta Harlequins and the All Blues both. We've had representation across every single WPL team. We are rounding out what had been our deficiency with ORSU players, with 5 of the Lady Jesters playing for us in the Vegas Sevens and Vancouver Sevens coming up later in March. Right now, I am happy with this attacking platform we have off the scrum. An unforced error to Capital, knocking on the kickoff. It was a change in kickoff, too, where we went a little bit lower rather than that high ball in the air. So it paid off. A little bit hard to field the ball when it is cold weather, cold temperature, frozen hands. A nice pick off the back of the scrum. This is Chip Bell with the ball in hand. Chip played college rugby at Tiffin, plays as well with 1823.
There's another turnover from Capital, and Katie Lutton looking for the support. Kayla Thompson finds the gap.
So this is, again, a turnover by Capital that is leading to a solid attack by them. We'll see what our Stars can do to realign here on defense. That was Emily Hranchuk in tracking on support there. Couldn't see exactly who came away with the tackle. We see a nice little contest for the ball here. This is the physicality of rugby. One of the great things about our sport is the men and the women play the same game. The same rules, the same hits, the same tackles. We see the same variations in body size, too. It's a sport worth celebrating. We have excellent performances here by the ladies. Of course, later after this, we have our women's developmental half, followed by the men's match at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Capitals with numbers on the outside. Is he going to call that? He is. That's that new law. She got above the shoulder. It's going to be penalty advantage to the Capital Selects.
And that'll be an unfortunate consequence if that is indeed a penalty called, because we saw Sanchez start high and then bring her arms low. Of course, the new laws protecting the safety of the game. But there's been some interesting discussions about the amount of cards that have been issued in some matches. I am grateful that he has not issued a card in this situation. I think the intent wasn't there for the high tackle, so I'm hoping that's what he saw as well.
Chelsea Garber kicks it ahead, and we go to a line out now to Capital. Let's see what they can do here. I might have chosen a scrum if I were the Capital Selects in that scenario. They've been pretty dominant. They've got good runners running downhill at this point in the game.
I would agree with you there. The Capital scrum has been strong, and again, they have been able to substitute freely throughout the course of the game, so constantly having fresh legs. That is a huge miscommunication there on that line out. That ball went on the outside leg of the player being lifted in the air, and it is going to be now a penalty to Stars. So nothing to do with the line out itself, but not releasing and not rolling away at the base of that ruck. I would expect us to go for a line out in this situation and not opt for the scrum mat.
There is probably a, 5-mile-an-hour wind into the Stars' face right now. It's not the easiest kicking day right now. Capital Selects have held the possession pretty much this entire second half. There hasn't been a lot of opportunity for the Stars, but when the Stars do string together 2 or 3 phases, they have opportunities and then unforced errors. The Capital Selects, I think, just cleaned up their unforced errors quicker than the Stars have.
I think it's one of those things in these situations, because of the intensity of this 15s match, you're really looking to get the ball about 2 passes away from the breakdown in order to have that solid attack. So that way you're finding yourself a space to run to, and you're opening up opportunities. That hasn't happened. And I will say some of that may be due to this turf condition. It's not playing the same as playing on grass or playing on what would be a regulation 22 World Rugby field. It is a fantastic facility, but it is something that is an element to change the game, much like the wind or the cold itself.
Yeah, they've got chances on the outside. Oh, almost a cherry pick. Just knocked it on. It'll be a scrum to the Stars.
Yeah, we got lucky there. I have to say those intercepted passes for a try are my favorite thing in rugby. I don't know why
That's
as a front row player, but it is always such a dynamic thing to see.
That was a quick half. That's game. With the Capital Selects winning it.
So well done by the Capital Selects. They do take the game by a mark of 45-17 over Stars Rugby 15s. I am surprised with how fast that half did go. I'm in agreement with you there, but a solid match of rugby played nonetheless. So similar scoreline to last year's efforts. It was the Stars that came out strong going into halftime with a 12-7 lead. It was the Capitals showing the depth of their roster and the depth of their mental strength, putting a real hurt on in the second half here. Fantastic play by the Capitals' Chelsea Garber wearing that number 10 jersey, and I would say if I were to nominate a star myself, it would be a number 135 Frida Fatu.
I agree with you on both of those players. They played an outstanding game. I want to thank the Stars. Thank you for helping us make this possible. Look at the camaraderie out there. They're all hugging. I mean, it's great. These women have made great friends. This game is great. The game itself was a good competitive game. Stars were leading at halftime. Capital just was able to clean up their mistakes. Along with Chelsea, I mean, you can't ignore Maggie. She had a great game, too.
And, of course, Holly Zoller, the wing with the green shoes. Holly did a fantastic job of shutting down a couple of our big, strong Stars breakaways.
And that was probably potentially 21 points. I mean, those were one-on-one hard tackles to make.
I think if we look away from anything, like you said, the amazing camaraderie of this sport. If you are watching at home and you have sons and daughters that are looking to play sports, there's so much opportunity with the game of rugby. Didn't get to mention it during the broadcast before, but one of the brightest stars out of this capital region would be Maggie Miles, hailing from Maryland. She's playing varsity rugby now in the NCAA at Quinnipiac University, the two-time NCAA women's rugby champions. We see scholarships opportunities now with NCAA rugby, with varsity rugby. We see it growing with the men's game, but it is the women's game that's growing strong. We see referee development opportunities too. So don't discount this game. This is a game on the rise in the United States, and there's going to be more to come as we go into our women's development half starting a few minutes from now, and then the men's match to come at 3:15 p.m. Make sure you get people tuning in. This is Next Level Rugby, and we're going to a little bit of a break in the action as we're between this women's match. Thanks so much, Matt, for hosting us here with Stars Rugby 15s against Capital Selects. A fantastic venue and a fantastic day so far.
Thanks, Liz. And I just want to thank Loudon Rugby for providing the ball boys and ball girls. The Loudon Rugby up here in Northern Virginia, they support rugby throughout with their youth programs, and we couldn't do any of this without them. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We have the women's developmental match coming up, just a 30-minute match, and then the men's select will kick off 3:15-ish. Tell your friends, tweet, post, Instagram, whatever. Get the word out. Great rugby today, live from Leesburg, Virginia, and the Evergreen Sports Complex. We'll be back in a minute.
Cap on. And he said, "Hey, kid," he said, "why are you wearing that skull cap?" The kid took it off and he was bald. And he said, "Because I'm bald, champ." He said, "I got cancer." And Muhammad Ali stopped everything. And he got down on his knees. And he said, "I'll tell you what you're going to do." He said, "I'm going to go down and I'm going to whoop George Foreman." And he said, "You're going to whoop cancer." And the kid looked at Muhammad Ali and he said, "No." He said, "I'm going to see God soon. But when I do, I'm going to tell him I met the champ." That's the difference that you have through this wonderful sport called rugby, and I think also the responsibility. Thank you very much for taking a former pro
So we are teaming up with the National Legacy Group for a folder plunge that will raise money for the Hartford Wanderers youth rugby program.
It's definitely a great way to get people to recognize rugby a little more, doing big fundraisers and trying to get our name out there, because we still are a new program and we're growing. I think it's all around a great event. It's awesome to partner up with National Legacy Group and kind of just bring everybody in together for the same cause, you know, really helping rugby grow as a whole.
We're doing the Penguin Plunge. Before, last year, we did it for the Wounded Warriors, and this year we're doing it for the Wanderers. And basically they help inner city kids play rugby.
And to raise money for inner city youth is really important to me. And it's important for rugby as a whole.
So I participated in it last year. It's really, really cold, but pretty much our team raised a decent amount of money.
And so this year we're also asking if those who donate and go to the plunge to bring a can, because a lot of people do forget that people are still hungry after the holidays. So I think it's a good cause.
So come out and join us in our Rugby Plunge out in Fairfield, Connecticut. We're raising money for the Hartford Wanderers to bring rugby to inner city youth. Bring a can for the local food pantry and help us because we're freezing for a reason.
Now play like you're supposed to be there. Yeah? We finish strong, we don't let up. They are watching. Let's give our families a blowout. No score. It's all out. Let's go, boys. Come on, Belmont. Finish on 3. Finish. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Good at your things with the best team.
Yeah!
Over this. We're gonna face, no, I'm sorry, remind me again? Charlie.
What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's there's tragedy and everything, and a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. You know, it was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, you know, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and you know, sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. I've had some hard times, and you know, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, you know, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these you know, Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
All right, cool. We're missing a body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's keep it clean. Ready? We got enough bodies. All right, so I have blue captain. I have red captain. Awesome.
And we're here for our women's developmental half at the beautiful Evergreen Sports Complex in Leesburg, Virginia. I am Liz Entwistle with Stars Rugby alongside Matt Robinette with the Capital Rugby Union. We see a couple of changes to our Stars lineup where a few of our players that didn't get all the minutes in the first match, which Capital came away from 45-17 victors, are now getting to play. We also see some of our players moving into their non-traditional positions. I know this Capital lineup looks completely all new. Matt, you had such depth at all of your camps that you had to put out a second team.
Yeah, we're really grateful to you for agreeing to do this. I know your players are playing 2 in a row, but we did have, both for the men and women, such a demand for this that we're going to start developmental teams as well. So we're going to have a high performance, our top team, and then we're going to have a developmental team. And as I said before, we will travel to you. One of the benefits of this, obviously we want to develop the game, we want to develop athletes and coaches and referees, but we also make this, we try to make it as professionally run as possible for the athlete and try to make them feel like they're special with the kits and the gear and all of that. And we do that by making it as little to no cost to them as possible. So basically all I say is you just have to get to the match and we'll take care of everything else.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about reinvesting in rugby ourselves, and of course doing it sometimes at the grassroots ground level. Our Stars Rugby Sevens team is one that is not one of the national development academies. Rather, we draw from all over the country as well as across the USA. We don't have our own training facility like these other national development academies do. So what we try to do is put the players in a position to get to those academies. A lot of Stars alumni have gone on to the Northeast ODA, as well as to teams like Scion and the ARPTC Sevens. Of course, we partner with the American Rugby Pro Training Center in Little Rock, send a lot of our players to their camps, and many in residency, having won national championships with both ARPTC and Scion. And then we're always proud of our alumni that are contracted at the Chula Vista Elite Athlete Training Center, as well as with the USA 15 side. So great opportunities start here in these developmental matches. And with our Stars roster, it gives a player like Keita Sutton, who is our hooker in the first match, to play in the outside center now.
Along with player development, these are great opportunities for referee development. And USA Rugby has a defined pathway to their high-performance refereeing, and you can find that on usarugby.org or rugby.org or any number of local referee websites. But this, in particular, the referee here, Gray O'Dwyer, she's been reffing for a couple of years now and has steadily gotten better. And this gives her coaches the opportunity to see her in action at a game with a little more pace than she might see in a club match. So it's great for referee development, player development. As Gussie McGuire with the Washington Furies at scrum half gets the ball out. Lydia Wood on the attack from Norfolk Storm loses the ball in contact. But it is a development opportunity for all levels. And it shows the kids, they're out here playing around and watching from Loudon Rugby. Coaches, the administrators too. I mean, they have to learn how to organize these types of events for their own clubs. So the goal here is just an all-around developmental for the game.
Absolutely. To quote one of my favorite coach educators and one of our own Stars coaches that worked for the USA Coach Development Department, Josh Sutcliffe, is to look at what did we do well, what didn't we do well, and what can we do better for next time. So we take these opportunities to enhance every tour and enhance our rematches and look at other opportunities for development and to figure out what we can do to more efficiently, manage and administrate the game. And like you said, refs and coaches alike, this is a treat for coaches. It's not always in rugby that you get premium facilities. It's not always that you have 40, 50, 60 players showing up to a practice. So getting the luxury of working with all of these women that are students or have outside jobs or have families themselves and are trying to prioritize rugby, but it is still an amateur club sport, is a great thing. To the action on the field, a little bit of back and forth here. We see both sides kind of testing each other out as well as testing out their own player combos. We've seen a couple penalties, a couple good rucks so far. We see a knock that went backwards for Capital, but we see strong pressure from the Stars. Emily Orr, the scrum half, delivering the ball out. She gets it to Rose DiBalsamo. Rose plays her rugby with North Shore, and this is Emily Hranchuk on the attack. So Emily played the last 80 minutes of the entire first game. She's now on the attack, still coming from the center position. She plays her college rugby at Oakland University, and it looks like Emily's going to do it all herself. It is going to be Emily diving in for the try, getting it in the corner. Emily going about 60 meters downfield, so a good steal by the Stars results in a try, going up early. We'd like to, win this half. But of course, this is all about the development.
Well, that's a good start for you, for sure. And Emily is a pretty fierce stiff arm. I saw 3 of them in a row. And Capital Select players, you're going to learn one way or the other, either a stiff arm in the face or getting run over to get low in your tackles and go for those hips.
Well, how about that? It is Emily, again, like you said, with a few stiff arms, maybe learning from Frida Fatou. So here we have, I think, Oakland University, either a D2 or D3 college program in Michigan, and she's playing alongside the likes of this WPL-capped Eagle. So, okay, that worked for her. Now I'm going to do it better.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if she can equal Frida's try total. 2 tries in the earlier match, and of course it was Keita Sutton for the Stars with the third. Many of Capital's tries came from Chelsea Garber, and I'm sure her understudy at the fly half position wouldn't mind a few of her own.
Well, that is Meredith McAllister, and she is a long-time player and a stalwart of rugby here in the Mid-Atlantic region.
Yeah, she's understudy to no one. Plays at Severn River, correct?
Yeah, Severn River Women's Rugby Club. Due in large part from her, the club is successful, along with Mike Anderson. Their organization of the club, their administration of the club is one of the best in the union. And Meredith is our Congress rep for the Capitol. And she does a great job. And she's a great rugby player.
It's great getting the buy-in again from all these teams coming together, because I'm from the Midwest. I hail from Chicago. Our entire Stars team does not. But it's rare that we get to see these teams from other territories. And so getting to be familiar with some of these clubs, and of course for me, I get to put it all in my commentary bank of knowledge for when we go to national championships and things too, to say, yeah, I remember her from this match. Holly Zoller in her green shoes stood out before. Kayla Cook in her green Under Armour here too. But right now it's a Star standing out. Again, solid play from Emily, getting the offload. A great tackle by Capital, but making the pass while in contact. Now it's Stars with the overload to the outside. Keita Sutton with the ball. She's got Abby Smith and Madison Taylor both outside of her. Tita taking the contact. We see a fierce clear-out attempt, but it is going to be a penalty to Stars.
Yep, it was a good recovering tackle from Gussie McGuire. That's
what a nice offload there. That was Emily Orr with a little step, putting her best Fijian imitation, going back inside to Krista Banks, and now it's the ball with space on the outside. Devonna Francis gets it out to Chip Bell. Chip looking to maybe get it back to Devonna again. I love those little 1-2-1, not switches, but 1-2-1 loops, moving the ball, but mishandling here. Capital fierce on their defensive pressure. It's Katie Sanford that's settling things down now, back to a ruck situation. That's always a danger when you're going through multiple offloads, is that you're keeping a quick pace to the game and you're not always aligned. So slowing it down and maintaining tempo, never a bad thing.
And what we're seeing is the difference between being on that top side, and even those players on the top side need to understand the difference if you want to go up to the next level, either the Eagles or whatever the next level is from this, that those little mistakes and errors, the missed tackles, the up too high, you have to do all the fundamentals of the game right all the time. and you have to learn how to do it under pressure. And I think you see the difference, and that's why this is a developmental game. We want to develop these young women into those high-performing athletes by giving them an opportunity to experience these things firsthand and get it on film, get them to watch the film, coach them up on where the improvement can be had.
Yeah, it's one of the more fascinating things about the sport of rugby is when you look into film and coding and trying to analyze what happened in the game to figure out what you can do better and improve on, you're looking at valuable minutes and looking at work rates. So you see teams that are training wearing GPS units, wearing heart rate monitors. We look at using programs like Huddle and Sports Code and other things too to see who has the most meaningful minutes at what time. And I remember being at the National Development Summit in 2015 and hearing a wonderful talk by the Eagles 15's management when it came to the women's side. Jonathan Atkinson, who's out at University of North Carolina, and Rashna Wonderlick, the women's team manager, talking about how they manage a tour and how they identify where the best time is to put players in the match. And then, of course, having coaches like Pete Steinberg and Peter Bagetta using those tools and using that data to put the best team on the field. And that's not unique to us here in the United States either.
That was a good. There were some good things about that last phase of play. The line out in particular stuck out to me. She had Lydia Wood from Norfolk Storm. It was not an easy ball to wrangle in off the throw, and she got it in well. Then an errant pass put us under pressure, but it's good. It's rugby. It's good, and we're playing.
It's a good opportunity for us here with the Stars, of course, is Emily Orr with a put in on the scrum. So we had the scrum, we had it reset just shy of 10 meters past the halfway mark, or sorry, a little bit further. There's so many lines on this field, of course, being a multi-use complex here at Evergreen Sports. It is Emily Orr with a nice service out to fly half Rose Di Balsamo. That's Emily Hranchuk, the try scorer from earlier in the game going forward. We got the numbers out to the right. I would love to see us serve the ball. There's a big gap that's open between Kayla Cook and her wing on the outside. We'll see if we can use that. It's Keita Sutton that's probing one more time. That hole has disappeared, so good realignment by the Capital Selects on defense. Stars still with possession of the ball. We'll see how many phases we can string together here. Would love to have one of those super rugby style phase counters if we could.
Yeah.
Something for Next Level Rugby on the next production, but thanks again to the guys with Next Level for being out here, a magnificent setup with their cameras and monitors and coming out to really profile the match.
And the Stars, both in the first match and this one, had several of those opportunities, and I think they get pretty enamored with the offload instead of just getting it through the hands at times. But I do want to remind everybody that the men's match is coming up immediately following this match. The men Stars and Capital Selects will be playing right around 3:15.
So this is a nice crash here by Chip Bell and a great buddy tackle by the Capital Selects. Chip, a hard player to take down. She played for the NSCRO All-Stars when it came to the CRC Sevens in 2016. So playing at a small school like Tiffin still affords them opportunities to play on even more development sides. We see the referee indicating advantage to Stars. A little bit of bounce pass there from Emily Orr. Doesn't quite find his target and fly half rows. It's Katie Sanford that comes away with the ball, and now it's a penalty to Stars. So this is going to be an opportunity about 35 meters out from the try line. We'll see which of all of our penalty options Stars take advantage of, and this is Emily Hanchuk. With the clear kick to touch, it's going to give us a line out and a wonderful attacking platform.
All right, and a little bit of a danger zone here. In the first game, we saw the Stars take advantage of an opportunity exactly like this one, maybe a little bit closer, but Capital Selects better be ready defensively all over the field.
That was the first try of the game, and we see the short, tricky line-out play. Now, it's not my favorite, personally, because I think there's a pretty low chance of success. You're relying on a good throw, going down the tunnel, going 5 meters as all lineouts need to. Then you need to have the proper timing of that first lifter turning, relying on them to catch the ball when they're excited about this special play, and then counting on the other team to be fooled by it. So when you pull it out a few times in a match, it's not as tricky as it was the first time.
And there's somebody in that tunnel.
Exactly. You have someone in that channel as well. So we see the line out come into the hands of the Capital Selects. That was Ray Nagy from the Atlanta Harlequins on the pursuit initially from Stars trying to block that kick. Instead, it does find its way downfield. We see Devonna Francis trying to field the ball. It looks like a knock-on is called. And again, playing on the turf, we've seen some different bounces, things that are unique. That was the bonus of us getting to practice here yesterday, familiarize ourselves with the field and the playing conditions. But, you know, that weird-shaped rugby ball always has a mind of its own, always seems to go a little bit wonky on the third bounce. But right now, hopefully, it's a clean put-in when it's going to be a Capital scrum.
Yep, Meredith McAllister did a great job of clearing that ball out under pressure and relieving the pressures for the Capital Select and ultimately getting the scrum.
So again, I want to pay particular attention to the scrum while we have a view of it on the far side of the field. It'll be that Capital put-in. And, of course, getting resets and making sure that our front rows have their hips square, making sure they're in their strong, powerful driving positions, that they have the proper binds. The scrum is something that World Rugby is constantly evaluating, changing cadences, changing how we come together. So in the storied history of rugby, there's all of us old players that remember the better days of the way it was. Of course, now it is a emphasis on player safety, and of course this comes with a different set of core power and strength. Capital comes away with the ball cleanly, a nice ruck and a nice clear, a little bit high on the pass to their fly half. Another attempt at the chip downfield. It has worked for them and served them well. We see great pursuit. That's Kayla Cook with a long braid for Capital. But Devonna Francis able to duck her way out of the tackle. She had the numbers to the outside, a 2-on-1 with Keita Sutton and Madison Taylor out in the center and wing positions. But unfortunately, the ball is thrown forward. This is going to be a scrum to Capital. My colleague Matt has stepped away. He's going to be, I think, assisting a bit and helping prepare the men, make sure that they are set up in their match. Again, coming up at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. This is the women's development half between Stars Rugby Sevens in blue and the Capital Selects wearing white. It is going to be a Capital put-in, scrum half number 22.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
And so again, we see good form on this scrum. Textbook, low driving positions. The referee disagrees. She says no, it's a penalty to the Stars. So this buys our Stars Rugby Sevens, or rather Stars Rugby 15s team, a bit of breathing room. Figuring out what our call is going to be. We saw in the first game where we had an opportunity that was even further inside of our own half of the field where we decided to tap and go instead of a play. The same call is made. That was a pass from scrum half Emily or to crashing forward Charlie Jacoby. The ball lost in the offload situation, but some good go forward, gaining ground upfield. It is turned over to the Capital Selects. It's Capital on the attack and a little bit of a missed ball handling. So we'll see what sort of defensive pressure is Krista Banks on the tackle attempt for Stars. And good leg drive here out of Capital. Back and forth in the contact area. So again, we see Capital striking to where the play just was and breaking themselves free. It is Emily Orr with a tracking tackle. A good break, good takedown. The Capital player, of course, cleanly releasing the ball, able to play it again once she gets back to her feet. So with the absence of a ruck, a good quick heads-up play. And now we see solid defensive pressure again by the Stars. Capital going through a few phases. Looks like it may have been off the knee, and we see advantage being applied. An offsides indicated by our referee. It is going to be a penalty to Capital. It goes through the mark, but behind the referee. Of course, have to take it through the mark that the referee indicates, and the referee would like to see that tap. So the attempt at the quick and go means that they're now going to have a little bit more time.
You're fine.
We'll listen for the referee's calls here. So now we see them set up their pods, going through their number 3.
Last foot.
Another penalty to the Capital Select. So we heard her calling to get back, last foot. Unfortunately, our players from Stars didn't heed the warning and are called for offside. So it is Capital again with the go forward on the attack. It is Stars currently leading 5-0. We have a bit of a maul right at the goal line. And we'll get the input of the assistant or referees here. That is referee Matt Riley on the near sideline and Elvia Saunier on the far sideline.
Okay, yeah.
So try held up. We're going to see a scrum to Capital.
Yeah, this is the last series. This is it.
And we see a couple player substitutions coming on for both teams. Coming on for Stars, we see Frida Fatou and Nicole Burr.
I know.
Coming off Charlie Jacoby. Charlie, another player that played all of the minutes, mostly as a prop, but moved to the second row in the earlier match. Capital rotating a few other players as well. Great development opportunities, more minutes to be had. 120 minutes of excellent women's rugby here at the Leesburg, Virginia.
Set!
A solid put in by Capital, and we see them running a little bit of a special play. 8-man looking to pick up. We saw as soon as their scrum half was going to release that you were going to anticipate the 8 pick, a little bit of the scoop. That's Jazz Harrison playing in the number 8 position for Capital Selects. Some solid defense coming from Stars Rugby. And still at 5-0, Stars leading. Capital looking to find that try that gets them a conversion kick to win. Stars looking to play solid defense and prevent that from happening. It is Capital that has numbers to the outside. Capital going to the outside, and it is a try via their number 7. Apologies on the lack of roster here. So it is Capital that will even the score 5-5. It looks like no conversion.
Good, so we gotta get off.
I'm going to disagree with calling that conversion good. It should have been an attempted kick or should have been no conversion. So going by what the referee said, we may be at 7-5, technically Capital winning. Regardless of what the outcome was, it looks like we have the end of the game. It is going to be Stars and Capital with another 30-ish minutes of developmental rugby.
Good to see you, ladies. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for tuning in. We will be back in just a few minutes with the men's matchup. Stars Rugby 15s against the Capital Selects, 3:15 p.m. We'll be right back with Next Level Rugby.
Good to see you. Thank you. We had to clear the field. Apparently, what? I counted it good because they told us we had to get off the field, and so I'm going to call it a tie ball game because they didn't have the opportunity to convert. We didn't get to play as much as we wanted. It should have been the last play on the 5-meter line. It should have been, none of it should have happened. So I'm going to call it a tie ball game. What we're rolling with. I drove. It's a rug.
Our greatest Muhammad Ali story is Muhammad Ali was in training camp with George Foreman. And he looked down and he saw this kid that was standing there. This kid
Thank you guys. I appreciated your help. You guys are clutch. Thank you guys.
Why are you wearing that skull cap?
We called it tie ball game.
And he said, because I'm bald, champ. He said, I got cancer.
You're right, because they didn't convert on the other side. We're going to tie ball game.
He got down on his
Yeah.
knees. He said, I'll tell you what you're going to do. He said, I'm going to go down.
No, you're exactly right. And like I said, it was just because we had to end in a weird way. So.
And the kid looked at Muhammad Ali and he said, Mom. He said, I'm going to see God soon. What I do, I'm going to tell him I met the champ. That's the difference that you have through this wonderful sport called rugby. And I think also the responsibility. Thank you very much for taking a former pro wrestler and allowing me to be your rugby
So we are teaming up with the National Legacy Group for a folder plunge that will raise money for the Hartford Wanderers youth rugby program.
It's definitely a great way to get people to recognize rugby a little more, doing big fundraisers and trying to get our name out there because we still are a new program and we're growing. I think it's all around a great event. It's awesome to partner up with National Legacy Group and kind of just bring everybody in together for the same cause, you know, really helping rugby grow as a whole.
We're doing the penguin plunge. Before, last year, we did it for the Wounded Warriors, and this year we're doing it for the Wanderers. And basically they help inner city kids play rugby.
And to raise money for inner city youth is really important to me. And it's important for rugby as a whole.
So I participated in it last year. It's really, really cold, but pretty much our team raised a decent amount of money.
And so this year we're also asking if those who donate and go to the plunge to bring a can, because a lot of people do forget that people are still hungry after the holidays, so I think it's a good cause.
So come out and join us in our rugby plunge out in Fairfield, Connecticut. We're raising money for the Hartford Wanderers to bring rugby to inner city youth. Bring a can for the local food pantry and help us because we're freezing for a reason.
Now play like you're supposed to be there. Yeah? We finish strong, we don't let up. They are watching. Let's give our families a blowout. No score. It's all out. Let's go, boy. Come on, Belmont. Finish on three. Finish. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
good at their things with the best team.
What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragedy and everything, and a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. I've been in the slump. I've had some hard times, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
Okay? Winning all around.
Especially bringing it back to your club. This type of exercise is not just about the technique of it, it's also the confidence and the mental strength you have as a team. Because as you show up on Sunday, if I show up on the field, I know my teammates are going to make tackles, and all of them are. I'm confident. And that's the untold. If I know that half of them are not making their tackles, I can say that I'm pumped. In the back of my head, the reality is like, no. So let's be honest with each other, and that's where it starts. If you do it right here, I know you don't want to get hurt. I know you don't want to hurt your teammate, but the reality is you're going to have to walk him on Sunday. And you can only do this, you can only move up together with aggression and pace if you trust your people on left and on your right. If not, you're gonna be like, maybe I'm gonna wait, maybe they're gonna make the tackles, what if? Cancel the what if with the doing right now. To everybody, starting with your teammates, the intensity you can bring on the field, and they're gonna trust you. When you have all of you have that trust, then the structure will come along and you make the tackles and everything will follow.
Good job. Forwards over there, do some work. Starts at 3. 1, 2, 3, charge!
Out there, and opportunities for yourself to make mistakes.
And we are back for the final match of the evening. This is going to be the Capital Selects men taking on the Stars. No surprise there, seeing as though that's the event and what we got going on. But Matt, talk to me about this men's team that you got out here.
Capital Select Side men were represented by we have 18 clubs represented with players on the field today. Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, we have them all represented here. We've got, last night we saw a developmental match. We had over 90 men come out and try out for the club for the opportunity, and obviously we can't select them all, so we've got 18 clubs represented here today, and that's what I think I'm most proud of.
All right, and with those clubs, we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at the starting lineup with the video that we got for the Capital Select men.
Doc Irie, Loosehead Prop, Norfolk Blues. Stephen Davis, hooker, Washington Rugby Club.
Evan Harcum, tight head, Baltimore Chesapeake. Calvin Story, lock, Raleigh Vipers.
Will Miller, lock, Rocky Gorge.
Michael Young, flanker, Virginia.
Alexander Deagle, flanker, Potomac Exiles Rugby Club.
Tyler Barbary, the 8-man, Towson University.
Eric Sweeney, scrum half, Baltimore Chesapeake.
Luke Titus, fly half, Pittsburgh Harlequins.
Carl Joseph Jr., I play wing, Baltimore Chesapeake.
Chris Kunkel, inside center, Rocky Gorge.
Nick Sandoval, outside center, Norfolk Blues.
Zach Shell, wing, Pittsburgh Harlequins.
Nick Cool, fullback, Rocky Gorge.
So, and we're back, and so that was the starting lineup for the Capital Men's Selects that we got. Getting ready to get this action underway. Matt, give me 3 players to really look out for on this team for the Capital Selects.
Absolutely. We've got, so the Seema brothers are great members of Rocky Gorge, and they're not available for this match, which is good and bad, right? They're great players, and they're fantastic players, just not available for this match. So I'm looking for Luke Titus at fly half to see what he's got, and also to see what I'd say watch out for Nick Cool at fullback. Very strong player from Rocky Gorge as well, and Luke is from Pittsburgh. But I would keep my eye out on those. And then the scrum itself. I mean, they spend a lot of time working on the mechanics of their scrummaging. Coach Jeremy Frayne has done excellent work with it, and that's what I'm most interested in watching today.
Well, it'll be exciting for sure. I know the Star side, I was fortunate enough to let me get a couple runs in with them prior to this coming out there. Look really good. It should be a great matchup between these two sides, and really showcasing this great event that we have here at the Evergreen Sportsplex here in Leesburg, Virginia. Brought to you by the Capital Rugby Union and Stars, and produced by Next Level Rugby. We'd like to thank you. We're setting out here, and we're trying to set the stage for the way that America should change, and our slogan at Next Level Rugby is change the way that America views rugby. And this event, partnering up with Capital Rugby Union, being able to come out here and help us put this on and put us out has been awesome for us. It's been a great experience, this whole weekend being involved in the environment with the teams and the high performance type style of play, and we're really excited and fortunate to be here with you, Matt.
Thank you. Glad to have you, and I'm glad we were able to make this happen. You all turned this around and made it such a professional production in such a short time, so thank you. We have a referee today is Jim Rogers, one of the top-level referees not only in the region but in the country, and assistant referees are Gray O'Dwyer and Matt Riley.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Liz real quick. I'm going to get off the mic, hop behind everything, and maybe I'll be out in the field after this with the microphone. We can do some post-field interviews. Until then, Liz Entwistle.
Thanks, Ryan. Pleasure to be back here. We have the kickoff of our men's match. I am Liz Entwistle with Stars Rugby 7s. Today we are known as Stars Rugby 15s, fielding a team with a lot of our veteran players as well as welcoming a lot of new faces. In particular, worth watching is number 74, Anthony Perry. He is a prop playing in number 1 position today. Played for Pro Rugby Ohio, and he plays as rugby for Nyack now. We see some nice ball handling on the outside. That is our inside center, Casey Hansen, the tall, bald gentleman, offloading to John Murray, our number 13. We are wearing non-traditional numbers as a touring side. What you can see is numbers going all the way from number 1 on our near side wing, Junior Thuku, who was our first Stars men's player ever to come on tour with us in Calgary of 2015, going all the way up into the 140s. Other players to note will be our fly half, Zach Striffler, wearing the number 138 jersey, another gentleman who played for Pro Rugby Ohio, currently plays with Columbus Rugby Club in 1823 Sevens, as well as working with the Tiger Academy with Paul Holmes, James Walker, and the crew. So earned his captain's stripes despite being a rookie on his first ever tour, and that is Zach with a little chip to the corner off the penalty. And we'll fill you in on more player details as the match goes on. Right now, looking to see how we set up with this line out 5 meters from the try line. Last year, it was a back and forth matter to start the game, much like our women's game earlier today. Stars struck first via John Sullivan, who was then with St. Bonaventure and is now with Mystic River in the Northeast ODA. We saw another try out of our second row, Rob Newcomb, who is now playing rugby out in California. But it was the Sema brothers that Matt mentioned, as well as a pair of flankers, I believe both from Rocky Gorge, that really made the impact last year. So we're out for revenge. And right now, it is Capital that comes away with the ball, stealing the line out. Zach Schell on the wing. Zach, known as Big Red or Stifler, a player that's been on many Stars tours since we saw him in the Capital game last year. Played on our elite team in Las Vegas as well as Rugby Town Sevens. So that's kind of the beauty of having this relationship with Capital, is being able to identify and share players. So when Stars is on tour, we can provide more opportunities. When the guys are with Capital, they should stay with their home union.
What a start to this game already. Stars already paced it right down the field, got a penalty deep. Capital Selects uses a set piece to steal the possession. I think I can just feel the speed of the game already, and we're only a minute into it. It's going to be a great matchup, folks. Glad you're with us today. Hope you stick with us throughout. Hope you're able to watch the first game. And this is going to be a fast-paced game. I know that the Capital Selects want to run and get it out and work in space. And Jim Rogers is the referee has the experience to know how to do that.
Well, knowing of what Capital Select's strengths were last year, we certainly built our roster to try and counter. We have more size in our front row. So we mentioned Anthony Perry out of Columbus Rugby Club. He's pairing with Brian Bass right now. Brian playing with the Tampa Crew. Brian is a player that played at Lindenwood University. Right now, Stars benefits from a little bit of a loss of footing there. This turf field fortunately saving a Capital try. We'll credit a tackle to the turf here at the Evergreen Sports Complex. But what a break. Who was that, Matt?
That's Nick Kuhl from Rocky Gorge, the fullback, playing fullback today, a very versatile backline player. And it was started by Alex Deagle with the Potomac Exiles. And Alex was man of the match. He's the captain of this one. He's man of the match when we played the South Panthers All-Star team back in December.
Funnily enough, we took the South All-Star men's man of the match from that game, and he's on the wing for us today. David Coleman, you'll see him with his red hair on the far side of the field. Would like to point out before, there was a solid attack by Capital that was thwarted by Casey Hansen, our inside center. Hello to Casey's Braemar County Bucks team back home in Iowa. A pleasure having you turn in to watch the big man in action. He does his work on the railroad and right now attempting to do some work on the field. Capital, we'll see if they come away with 3 points, but I think he saved them from putting up 7.
Yeah, that was a good backline move there. They just found that little gap with a lot of center movement. Really happy with that standard to start with. And Sweeney out of Baltimore Chesapeake will attempt the penalty kick for 3 points.
Noticed a few gentlemen from the Baltimore Chesapeake team on your starting roster for the Capital Selects. Very different from last year where I think 10 of the 15 players all came from Rocky Gorge. Gorge, of course, a celebrated program that we also saw their D1 and D3 teams both make the USA Rugby Club Championships, playing in the Eastern Conference semifinals, or I should say eastern half of the nation. The kick is off. So we see Capital, the ball is live with the missed conversion, or missed penalty attempt that did not find post but stayed live on the field. This is Duncan Crystal. Duncan is new to rugby, been playing for just 1 year, plays as rugby with the Washington Rugby Club. So Coach Joe Fotofili, who was one of our players last year, recommended a few guys when we had a few players that were not able to make it last minute. And Duncan has been a treasure. We said, yep, go ahead and bring him. And he impressed so much at practice yesterday that he got the starting nod at the fullback position.
Capital selects, lucky to get this possession back, but doing pretty good work with it and got a nice little counter ruck there. Big hard run by Doc out of Norfolk. And the back line is on the attack again, just mishandled. I've noticed that on this turf, there's been a lot of slipping in both games. I don't know if that's we're not used to molded cleats or just the turf itself. I don't know. It's just something to pay attention to throughout the game.
Yeah, I think it's a little column A and column B. We're in our shorter spikes, molded cleats, like you mentioned. A nice little offload here. This is flanker Bobby Kling on the outside. Offloads to Junior Thuku, plays with the Potomac Exiles. So Junior doing a good job for a clean presentation of the ball. John Murray with the ball right now. John is another player from the Capital Union, new here to DC. He played with the Glendale Raptors in the fall, a utility back. So you'll see him with his distinctive hair on the field.
They've got numbers on the outside if Stars can take advantage of it.
So we saw the delivery. That was Chase Brooks at scrum half, going out to Zach Striffler, the fly half. Zach taking it up and in, and unfortunately conceding a penalty here.
Clean steal, went in without a support. I don't know if he thought he saw a gap or didn't know he had all the numbers on the outside, but I'm glad he did it.
We're testing it out still, of course. We've got our plays and our combos. The Stars men's 15s team, coached by Vaha Asikia from Las Vegas, a name familiar to many rugby fans. Played center for the Eagles in the World Cup back when they had magnificent matches against Ireland. He paired in the centers with Paul Emmerich. He has a lot of time with Eagles 7s as well. He's assisted by Joe Lippert, also of the Braemar County Bucks. Joe will be coming off the bench as a back substitute. And then with Joe Fotofili with the Washington Rugby Club, and Dumont Walker, who spends his time with the University of Delaware.
And the coaching staff for the Capital Rugby Union is head coach Chris Porter. He's with Norfolk Blues. We've got assistant coaches Chuck Moore with Rocky Gorge, John Grosso with Baltimore Chesapeake, and Jeremy Frayne is the
Here's
forward
Anthony
specialist.
Perry. Sorry to interrupt you here, but it was a key Star steal. It was Capital that had some solid go forward there. It was Casey Hansen again, providing the might. He's a hammer on defense. He's had some big tackles so far, created the turnover. John Murray took the ball into contact. This is going to be a delivery from Chase Brooks. Chase, a college player from West Virginia, and going out to Anthony Perry again. So we're spreading our forwards, and we're using our different gaps. We've identified the A, Bs, and Cs, splitting the field into T, R, and Y. You'll hear, if you get any mic pickups at all, calls like Froggy, Piggy, and Ocean, but I won't detail what those go into. But this is going to be attacking, running rugby.
Lots of probing right now from both teams. Inside, checking the inside defense structure, and then pushing it to the outside defense structure and seeing how they can just testing it out, seeing what's available. And it results in a unforced error, but good hard contest right now.
This is quite a physical matchup. I love how this game is going so far. Both teams aren't giving an inch. These are guys that have a lot to prove. These gentlemen playing solid rugby. And our Stars team, from college up to pro rugby, it's an opportunity for them to prove what they're worth. Again, our youngest player on the team playing scrum half, and he wasn't even going to be on tour as of 3 days ago. He saw a post in our Friends and Family Facebook group. Hello to our friends and family out there. And he said, you know what, if my coach releases me, can I come play? I said, yes. Chase Brooks played for us at Cape Fear 7s. We're capable of having him on the pitch here for 15s too.
Nice scrum from the Capital Selects, and there's an 8 pick right around the outside.
It looked like he may have been tackled into touch by Mike Fletcher. Stars with a quick line-out throw. I love the action here. This is going to Duncan Crystal. This is the young man we were talking about, new to rugby with the Washington team. A good double effort by Capital, fighting to keep his feet, fighting to go to ground until his support gets there. It's Anthony Perry again with the pickup. So he's going to fight his way forward too. We're getting the extra leg drive in, so we're seeing a little bit of that NFL running back kind of style of rugby here with the extra yards after tackle. This ball going out to Ross Deacon. Ross plays his rugby with Nyack up in New York, a Division I team. He played for the USA U20s when Vaha was his coach, and he's actually heading back to Ireland on Wednesday. So we were lucky to be able to get him on tour here. Outload say outload. It's overload to the outside. It is Stars on the attack. That is Mike Fletcher going over the line. Big Mike Fletcher with the DC Irish, our most capped Stars men's player when it comes to 15s and 7s tours alike, serves in the United States Navy, and right now he's served up a try.
Yeah, he's a tough one. My club plays against the Irish 2 times a year, and he's a tough one to wrangle in, and he showed it right there. He has good pace and invited that contact into try zone. Stars have a really nice-looking structure. They're getting their players out there. They've got 2 layers of attacking options for the fly half, and he's just able to read it. And the Capital Selects, if they don't start spreading out and getting this defensive coverage around the whole field, they're going to be in trouble. I think they're doing well not contesting the rucks and getting up. I just think they're not quick enough in spreading out and covering all the field.
Well, don't forget that this comes from our broken play. We were inside of our own 22 or near close to it, and it was that offload, Bobby breaking the gain line, Duncan coming through. So this was something that was a bit of an attacking opportunity for the Capital Selects that turned into a Stars try, courtesy of this go forward. So we mentioned number 74 as a player to watch, Anthony Perry, that solid go forward. It was the nice support as well. Our backs not being afraid to cover across the field and get involved in the rucks. So we'd like to see more of that continue with Stars. That's exactly the game plan we were looking to execute.
Yeah, right early on, I'm pretty happy with the set pieces of the Capital Selects. The line out looked good, and so did the one scrum we've seen. They just got to lift it up on defense a little bit, get up there and take the space. Right? Don't let these teams operate with all that space.
Well, again, and Capital did a great job off that scrum, going weak side and trying to see if we were going to give that up. It was Mike Fletcher that made that tackle that saved what could have been a Capital try, or at least a good Capital gain downfield. It's a nice restart by Capital, and it looks like it was knocked forward, so a little bit of contest in the air. That was Ross Deacon from Stars. Who'd you put up?
That is a number 8 Baltimore Chesapeake, T. Barbary. Sorry if I'm
Tyler
mispronouncing.
Barbary.
Yeah.
I remember him from Club 7's back out in Seattle. I think that was still when there was some combined Maryland teams that were playing back and forth. He's a player that we actually were looking at for Stars. So pleasure seeing him out there in the number 8 jersey.
Yeah, and like I said, we had over 90 men show up to our final invitation camp. It was so difficult to select a great side, and I'm grateful to all the people who showed up and to the developmental folks as well.
So it was a low driving scrum, but it was certainly a wheel put on by Capital there. This is going to result in another Stars put in, so a little bit of a change in the rules to if you've been watching rugby, even just 2-3 years ago. So hopefully we will get it out a bit quicker. Anchoring the back of our Star scrum is Ted McGregor. Ted is a Canadian player, plays for the Quebec provincial side. College rugby from Concordia. We met him playing against him at the Tobago Sevens in 2015, as well as playing against him when he was with Upright Rugby at Rugby Town Sevens. So we try to find these players on other teams that we can absorb for other tours, being able to do 12 to 16 tours each year. Another solid scrum by Capital. Driving us backwards is a difficult position to be in. We'll see if young Chase Brooks can get the ball out.
Yeah, the front rows there, that was a much better platform there in the front row on both teams than the previous scrum. That just looked like it wheeled immediately, which is, a red flag. Something's not right there. The front row for the Capital Selects, Jay Irie, we call him Doc. He's with the Norfolk Blues. Stephen Davis with Washington Rugby Football Club, and Evan Harcum with Baltimore Chesapeake.
This is a quick education for our hooker. Patrick Haffenbrattel plays his college rugby at Bethel in Indiana, a small school, plays in Enscrow, a varsity program. They do give scholarships for rugby as well. He was a recent invitee to the Men's Collegiate All-Americans camp, so was out at the Chula Vista Elite Athlete Training Center just a week ago. A good read. Well done. This is Bobby Kling again with another break, wearing number 91. He had that break before. That was some solid defensive coverage by Capital, so much like in the women's game, the one-on-one tackling, preventing the immediate try, but we'll see if we can capitalize. Going to our big man, number 146, Brian Bass.
A lot of Capital jerseys just really bunched up in the middle of the field, and the numbers are on the outside. Zach Shell is under pressure now. Let's see how he can react here.
I would like to point out Zach's hips turned completely to the outside. That is the opportunity to take him on the inside. If he's turned so fully towards the sideline, it would have been great to see a cut back in. We are getting that inside running through a strike line here. I believe that is Ted McGregor, our 8-man.
Nick Sandoval, the outside center, just was unable to get through the coverage.
What a hit. That was perfectly read. perfectly read. So that was Patrick Haffenbrattle from Bethel. Junior Thuku stepping in from the wing position, receiving the ball there. He's supported by Brian Bass, the prop.
I didn't catch the number who made the hit.
Whoever it was, they perfectly read that pass. That's something where you hope your teammates are yelling sniper or whatever code word you may have to know that you have to absorb that hit. You try to get in a power stance if you're going to be getting it, bracing those legs, using what we like to call the meaty part of our legs, those hamstrings and quads and everything.
Well, I tell you what, you better be successful if you're the tackler, because if you miss that, there's gaps everywhere. But he timed it perfectly.
It is. It looks like we have a minute on the field. Patrick's
Penalty.
down on a knee.
High tackle.
Yep, but making sure we're looking at the player safety, that's a hard tackle to hit. So this is
a scrum chosen, looks like, from the Stars.
It's a bold move, Cotton, to quote Dodgeball. We'll see if we can duck, dodge, and dive our way to a try.
Yeah, that's a good move, right? Let's test it out. Let's see what we got.
So we're going to watch here in particular. I was going to see if our 8-man, Ted McGregor, was going to pack between the flanker and the second row instead of traditional between the second rows to see if we would go with a pick. But he is set up in a regular scrum position. We see the ball may well have been out. There was good pressure from the Capital scrum half, but that was a quicker, more stable scrum from our Star side compared to when you were driving before with your Capital boys.
But I still consider that a W for the Capital because they didn't get driven back.
They prevented the immediate try on the penalty too.
Right. But now the Stars pick and go. I mean, they're 2 meters out. That's the plan, right? And
well, I think
a penalty.
The thing is with the scrum is that you do have a set piece, you do have a set defense, so it will eventually open up more of the field versus the traditional cattle charge kind of setup. Mm-hmm. Everybody can defend their goal line in that situation, so the scrum is opening up more space.
Let's see if they choose a scrum here.
I would expect to see a play of some sort. Our penalty plays are going to be similar just to our regular open field calls. There's no need for us to set up like the special diamonds when we're looking to run open attacking style rugby, so that's exactly what we do. We have the support on the ruck here. Another penalty called.
Against who?
Capital.
I can't see it.
Capital not releasing. And we see the attempt at the quick tap by Mike Fletcher, paying attention to T. Fletcher, no relation. We've actually had 4 different Fletchers play for Stars, and only 2 have been related so far. So a penalty again. This time it is our captain and fly half Zach Striffler setting up how he wants the things to go. A great communicator. I have to say that while I play for the 1823 Sevens Club over the summer, and Zach is one of their members, I haven't known him very well besides knowing he's an excellent player. He is involved with Tiger Academy. He played rugby over in Ireland for a bit of time and was so impressed with his leadership, especially when we just had a captain's meeting today. The coaches weren't present. I was sitting back updating our rosters, and he's making his mark. Right now, John Murray making his mark. We see our referee, Jim Rogers, going to assistant referee Matt Riley. And Matt Riley is not going to do us, well, as I say, he's not going to do us any favors lightly. While he may have played for Stars, he takes his refereeing seriously. We got the try there, and I'm going to be assured that it was earned. Matt, one of the best and brightest of the young referees in the USA, will be going over to South Africa on a referee exchange. This puts Stars up 10-0. So is Mike Fletcher on the first try and John Murray on the second. We'll see if the conversion makes its mark.
Yeah, the Capital Selects are kind of passive in defense right now. They're not taking any space away. I get it. There's a lot of speed on the outside, but you have to take some of that space.
You do need to launch and launch
down
together.
There. They're just giving up too much territory down there where you can't, and they're paying for it.
Well, as a Stars director, I am happy with our performance of our men so far. Save 2 breakaways and a hairy situation down there. It has been an entire half of rugby so far in the Capital side of the field. There's been a lot of possession. Capital has been strong in the scrums and strong in the line-out, strong in the tackles and the contact point, but we're finding the holes that we were seeking to find. If we can keep this up, this is going to be an excellent day of rugby for our Stars men. But with about 60 minutes left to play, anything is possible. It's a nice beauty of a kick by the Capital Selects, straight into the hands of our Stars rugby team. We see a nice ruck and nice delivery from our scrum half Chase Brooks going out wide again. That is prop Anthony Perry taking the ball out wide. So we're not just sticking with our forwards tight to the rucks and tight to the contact, but playing a little bit more of that 3-2-3 style offense.
There we go.
So we see Capital come away with a penalty here, and we see some indication from number 8, Tyler Barbary, pointing to kick for post. Of course, if the Seymour brothers were here, this would be a no-brainer.
Well, we've got the Stars have dictated control of this game, and there's another mental error, missing touch. Those are the frustrating ones because they can be prevented.
How about this quick step that is, again, a combination of our fullback and wing that is David Coleman and Duncan Crystal. Matt, you're welcome to use Duncan for your Capital team, but we'd like to keep developing our stars. If he's that quick, we need to get him in our sevens jersey.
There's a turnover. Capital Select now on the attack. Will Miller out of Rocky Gorge off to Luke Titus with Pittsburgh Harlequins, just knocked forward. Again, it's a lot like the women's game early on. They pressed when they got down into this area. The Capital Selects did in both games, and it seems like the men are pressing as well and coming up with these unforced errors. Unlike the women's games, the Stars have been able to turn those into points.
Yep, what we're lucky, or I should say fortunate here, is that referee Jim Rogers is calling a shorter advantage. So Capital had advantage to start. There was a bit of a knock, and they were able to get enough go forward to have advantage gained. It is now a scrum 2 Stars, so we're going to have the ball. And again, like you mentioned, it's the unforced errors. It's the ball not finding touch. This is one of those situations where if you're going to kick it out of bounds on your penalties, you must ensure that it finds it there. And I think that's one of the things that we don't practice nearly enough in American rugby is the kicking game. You know, there's so much time and practice spent on the laws of the game. So being able to develop youth rugby and develop matches of this type and like identify areas to improve on and then take the time to work on said kicking game could be a great benefit. Right now,
solid scrum from Capital, putting Stars on their heels and forcing a penalty, I believe not releasing. And they're going to go for points. It's been kind of a choppy game to start with. The only real flow has been with the Stars offense. The Capital haven't really got their offense moving, rolling downhill yet, and any consistent phase play. The Stars have had opportunity and kept it alive with their phases, particularly attacking the outside. They're really stretching the defense out, and they've got the athletes to do it.
I think that's exactly it, recalling the game from last year as well. This is more of the game plan we wanted to execute, and it doesn't work as well as on narrow field. We know Capital is strong in their forwards, but it's generally strong in tight forward play. So we're trying to exploit that. We'd like to tire out your boys, and then we want to bring in reserves and keep going strong. We do see the penalty converted for Capital. I believe that brings it to 10-3, Stars leading. We had 2 tries. I know the first conversion was missed, and so excited about that second try. I didn't quite get to see the referee signal.
Got to get the points on the board, and that's the first points for the Capital Selects and much needed points. So let's see if they can secure this restart kick and get some flow going to their offense, get some phases, put some phases together, and keep this attack and pressure up. Because we have seen that the gaps are there.
We see Chase Brooks with the kickoff going deep to Capital. Going to the left where our forwards are aligned. We see some nice go forward, and that is your number 7.
Alex Deagle from Potomac Exiles.
And also of Rugby Today.
Mm-hmm.
We've been fortunate to have a great amount of media coverage going into this match, thanks to Rugby Today, the breakdown, and all the other outlets that were hyping our game and getting our rosters, and of course the services of Next Level Rugby with the live stream and their setup today. A nice counter kick, a little bit of a breathing room downfield for Capital, but this is Duncan Crystal again. Duncan so quick to get to pace. 1 year of rugby under his belt. And I think it's that Capital double tackle says, yep, welcome to rugby.
Yeah, Will Miller shut that down pretty quick. It's just like running into a wall out of Rocky Gorge. But mission accomplished for the Stars. They've got the numbers. They've got the bodies outside.
We have so many numbers aligned to the left side of the field. What we did there is we were able to suck in a lot of Capital players. The slower ruck, though, allowed Capital to realign. Numbers still there, but not as prevalent as before. I'm getting a workout up in this booth pointing at the spaces on the field where Stars can attack. Of course, this is the boys' match to win and lose. This is the men, I should say, working hard. Sometimes you put on your coach's glasses and you're like, ooh, there are things that you can do easier.
Capital Select, you saw a great example of their defense right there. So Stephen Davis just shoots up all by himself, and luckily he got the pressure and was able to do it. But it was clear from the screen, from the television monitor, that the 2 people behind him were a good 2 meters back, and that whole line has to come up together against a speedy, especially on that overload. I referenced it earlier down there. We didn't get hurt too much by it there. The Capital didn't get hurt by it too much there, but.
Yep, an unfortunate knock-on and an unfortunate tie-up of the ball in that ruck. But we're looking
nice
at space.
Nice angle from Nick Sandoval out of Norfolk. and he just loses the ball in contact.
Yep, it was a great strike line, and it's great cover defense. So now this is Junior Thuku, again, the wing, covering in the middle of the field. It was tight defense there from John Murray, wearing the number 132 jersey. And we see a little bit of some cheeky play. I think these men are pumped up for this match. This is, from my point of view, a better match than last year.
So far, so good. Yeah, I think it's good. I don't think that we've got too much consistent going yet, but we're starting to string it together. The adrenaline's wearing off, and I think that it's starting to get a little bit smoother. I've actually never seen someone given a wedgie on the rugby field.
I'm speechless, and that doesn't often happen, Matt.
So we have a scrum in the center, a great attacking platform here for the Capital. Let's see what they run.
And it's interesting to see Capital does have 3 backs out to the left side of the field, and they had an overload. All we had was our outside center and wing for the Stars, or rather the inside Casey. Capital goes strong, and now our defense for the Stars is proving strong as well, causing some disruption. We see a nice shoot out there. That was, again, Ross Deacon, that is wearing the scrum cap, playing second row, normally a flanker, but again, some of these players getting to develop in other positions and fulfilling roles that the team has. A nice tackle. And my apologies there, that was Ross on the tackle. Ross not in the scrum cap, that was Jacob Sprang in the scrum cap, his second row partner.
This is a good series here together. This is the 4th phase for the Capital Selects in this possession.
And this is a great opportunity for Stars defensively to take away space. We're causing some mismatches. We get the little kick through. Was our kicker held? But look at that speed. That is David Coleman on the outside. Again, the man of the match of South versus Capital. And that is another Stars try. Our young David Coleman, drove in from Pennsylvania 2 nights ago, is going to be going back to Alabama, plays with the Birmingham Vulcans, and he is showing why he was a man of match in the game before, number 128. If you get a chance at all to zoom in Next Level Rugby, he's got a wonderful mustache that his prop roommate made him shave in last night. So taking advantage of some misconnections there, and solid is defense creating the offense. Matt, your take?
Once again, the team that tries to do too much is the team that gives up the points. I mean, I know that the best intentions were had, but that little extra loop pass, I mean, there's really no point to it. The risk is greater than the reward on that. There was no gaps available. You hadn't broken any defensive line. There isn't a reason to try to do that. Conversion is not going to be good. So the Capital Selects need to eliminate some of these mental errors. Getting the ball just ripped out of your hands, it's controllable. I get it. You can't control the wind. You can't control what the other team is doing. What you can control is effort, energy, and your role in the game plan. So they need to get back to the fundamentals, and I know they're working hard. I mean, they wouldn't be out here unless they were working hard.
I think if you were to go back to video, and if you're watching at home or going to rewatch the web stream, that was a wonderful example of the way to cover your own restart. But it was really the Stars defense there. We saw that, and I was mentioning that Capital had the numbers to the outside. They went to the side where Stars were covering, and our Stars defense took every advantage of the passing backwards. Capital was flat on their feet. There was no go forward. There was no strike running, so we were able to take away their space and create the turnover. Right now, it's going to be Capital with an opportunity. They collected their restart, a penalty, booted well to the corner. I believe that was your fly half, that number 10. He's got the distinctive hair. He kind of looks like Corey Jones from Arkansas.
Luke Titus from Pittsburgh.
There you go.
I was very impressed with Young, number 20. He's a Division III player from Virginia Rugby Club. Not University of, but Virginia, there in Charlottesville.
So we'll see. We have a line out to Capital set up with a 5-man line out. A lot of different options with their lifters and jumpers. There is that number 20 you were just mentioning. Lifting to the middle pod. We would expect a bit of a drive, but we have no
They're not
contest.
Engaging.
But we see a penalty to Capital. I'm curious as to why. If any referee friends back home would like to send me a quick message, I would appreciate the feedback there.
Offside? I don't know what that...
But how could there be offside
if
we weren't engaged? So I think Capital may get away with one here. I'm getting curious for referee feedback and review. But an interesting tactic. No contest on the maul there means that there's no maul formed. So then you're almost looking at a obstruction call on Capital, something that our players are stealing from Super Rugby. Heads up play, a nice steal by Bobby Kling. Oh, his white cleats almost getting away with dancing his way down the sideline, tackled into touch. So we'll see what happens here. Another Capital lineout.
And another unforced error with just taking a ball out of somebody's hands.
Bobby is having a monster game so far. 2 of his steals have come away with Stars tries downfield. And that's what he said in a couple of messages to me as he's informed me about what's going on as the season goes on. He said, I had a great game. I had a 70-meter run and a 90-meter run, and I gave up the tries at the end. Bobby, most people, the 90-meter run would end up with a try. But good for you for being unselfish. And, hey, we'll take every contribution he has today.
So I saw referee Jim Rogers explain to them what his call was in the lineout. We couldn't hear it, and I don't think you could hear it at home, but it was taken nicely. They didn't engage that time, so the Capital Selects now all of a sudden peeled off immediately.
We had a near opportunity there for another steal by the Stars. Again, solid defense. We are launching forward and doing well. We see the boys all lined up, the men on the line, getting into those little 3-point stances of football, but it is Capital.
Awarded.
Strong.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I say it's Capital strong. It's.
They needed those points, right? It could have easily gotten out of hand on them, given up 3 tries already right now to 1 in a penalty kick. But if it's important to get those points on the board. Obviously, points are important, but the way the game was flowing. So they finally got some good possession, penalties in deep. I've seen a pattern down here where they get inside the 22, and the Stars have been dinged for, I think, 3 penalties down here, maybe 4. A couple shots at points, and now this line out and try. So it was an important series for them to get back on the board, and it's starting to settle in now. We're starting to see some really good rugby.
It is,
action.
and as the game goes on, we'll look at the importance of this kicking game. So we saw earlier that Capital missed a penalty attempt. This puts the game at 15-10, Stars leading Capital. Stars have missed all 3 of their conversion attempts, scoring in the corners, and that's exactly what happens when we go with wide, running, attacking rugby. So we'll see. The little kicks and the little decisions matter. It's 15-10, but of course there's still about 8 minutes to play here in the first half and an entire second half of rugby yet to go.
Yeah, and I see those little mistakes beginning to lessen from both teams. So they're settling in. There's a missed tackle there and a nice gap running by the Capital Selects, and they have possession, and then they're on their attack with numbers.
So I'm okay. No obstruction there. I was going to say a couple of mistakes by Capital, good defense by the Stars. And what I like here is the quick realignment by our Stars team in the blue. Capital quick on their alignment on offense, now using one of their props, Doc coming
Irie,
forward.
Out of Norfolk, and Capital Selects have a great attacking platform here, and they advance the ball with the foot.
They do, and it goes
Dangerous
straight
player.
into our quickest players on the field. So Duncan Crystal, David Coleman,
unlucky.
unfortunate forward pass there. So had it been on, we had all 3 of our back 3 wings and fullback there, as well as number 140, Ross Deacon, one of our forwards, playing in the tight 5 today. John Murray playing outside center, quick as well.
So possession deep inside here. They're about 20 meters out, 25 meters out. Deep inside the Stars territory. Possession is critical here. None of those kind of 50-50 loop around behind the back.
An interesting setup here by the Capital team. We see their interior 3 backs set up almost flat off each other, and then we see their exterior backs flat about 5 meters back. You wonder what the play selection is going to be. We've seen them go split before. We have the knock-on, an unforced error to Capital. I was curious to see how that was going to work out because we're used to seeing backs back pretty steep. Now, it's allowed our Stars defense to launch on them, so this might be a tactical adjustment. There are some teams that will play a flatter passing style of rugby. So something to watch as the game goes on, especially for viewers back home. It's great being able to see players execute different styles than they do with their home clubs. We see an almost similar setup with, Capital. I was going to say Chesapeake. Capital on defense looking similar to their offense. Stars going to have the put in on the ball, and we'll see what we can do for an exit out of this danger zone.
Yeah, that setup I've seen the Capital Selects run before, and they were looking, I think, to go 8-9-15 in that scenario.
Yep, you did see the 8 coming off, and we see like that 9 releasing off the scrum. It's something we saw earlier in the women's game. It's a great way to open up more space when you do have fast attacking flankers that are breaking. You're taking them off their normal running lines on defense.
And we saw how good a strike runner Nick Cool from Rocky Gorge is from fullback. Early on in the game, he made that long break. And this is a turnover by the Stars on a knock-on. and the Capital selects now on the attack.
So we see Stars aligned on defense. Capital has the numbers to the right on offense. It's just unfortunately not the normal backs numbers you'd see. So we're going to see a couple forward phases, I imagine. We see that hooker, Stephen Davis to the outside for Capital 2. So Capital now coming to the left side of the field, the near side on your screen. So the traditional weak side of the field. Again, the involvement, that's Junior Thuku wearing the number 1 jersey on the wing for Stars, getting highly involved in tackling. I love when backs find work. We see another near stretch
Nice
by
dummy
Bobby
move.
Kling. And
held up.
Held up. Thank goodness. So we saw the near, like we were mentioning before, the attempts at some of these strips and interceptions that can leave spaces open did leave a space for Capital. It was our props realigning there, Brian Bass and Anthony Perry holding that try up, but it's going back to an earlier penalty. Now, do you kick for post to bring it to 15-13, or are you looking for more points? The half is nearly over.
That was Sweeney, scrum half out of Baltimore Chesapeake, with the nice dummy move just on the fringe of that ruck. Let's see what the Capital selects line up here. It's going to be their standard 5-person line out, and let's see if they try to maul it in or if the other team doesn't engage, if the Stars don't engage. This is a very interesting thing here.
So off the top, looking to run almost a little bit of a peel play.
Yeah, they were looking for Will Miller, who lined up in the scrum half position.
And we see the pick and go, trying to suck in our defense. But again, defense for the Stars has been a pretty strong suit. We see some nice launching here. So we've taken Capital back about 10 meters there. And that buys us a little bit of space. It also does buy Capital some more room to attack. I don't know if they're going to do it on the outside with that prop, but that is Zach Schell, a very strong wing. Normally plays with the forwards, plays for Pittsburgh, and has played on many a Stars tour, so we're familiar with his talents. This is good go forward now from Capital. We saw Stars kind of flat-footed on defense there, but Mike Fletcher still coming away with the contact in the tackle. We'll see if this is going to be time for one more play. It looks like we're going to have a scrum to Capital forming.
And you can see that the Capital selects are trying to execute the 1-3-3-1. You had Alex Deagle out here on the inside of the wing, ready for an attack. They had the first pot of 3 up on that before it was knocked on. Second pot of 3 was waiting in the back line. So the Capital selects trying to execute the 1-3-3-1.
So again, let's look at this back alignment for Capital. If we get a wider shot of the screen, it's going to be a focus on the scrum here for a moment, because of course we want to see the put in and what happens off the scrum. But Capital with their waves of backs.
You can hear how Coach Frayne has coached the Capital selects, and here's a 8 pick, and he's in for the try. Evan Harcum, Baltimore Chesapeake. So for the Stars' perspective here, it would have been great to prevent that try, as we are so close to halftime here. This is going to tie the match at 15-15 if our conversion counts are correct, and we'll verify with referee Jim Rogers at the half. This is pretty impressive, both teams. It's been the first 20 minutes was all Stars, and this 20 minutes has been all Capital. Each 20 minutes played in the other's half, and the second half is bound to be banger, man. I'll tell you, this is hotly contested right now. Strong rugby players, good rugby knowledge, good athletes playing fast rugby at a high level.
And while we do each respectively have a couple pro rugby players on the field, we have 2 on the Stars team. I know you have Chris Kunkel out there with the Capital team, who I believe saw some action in pro rugby this year. Most of these players are coming from the lower level. We have a lot of D2 and D3 men out there. When we look at the likes of Duncan Crystal at fullback for Stars, when we have Casey Hansen as an inside center, John Murray as an outside center, Junior Thuku on the wing. These aren't guys that are getting regular reps with D1 clubs. We see the conversion kick off the post and good. This is going to put Capital up 17-15 if our marks are correct. And we will see how much time we have left in the half. It looks like referee Jim Rogers is going to allow another Stars kick. I would love to see us counter with a try. But I think the great thing about these development matches are it's allowing a lot of players to put their hands up that normally don't get to play even deeply into the national championships.
Yeah, and that's why this live web stream is so important, to get lots of people viewing it, and people who obviously don't live in this area or can't make it to the game live can see these young players and see what kind of talent is here around the United States.
Love that tackle there from Anthony Perry. Not only did he get the guy to ground, he got around quick on his feet. So that's a very wrestling style takedown.
That's a big mistake from Titus there, turning it over. Now the Stars are dangerous. We've seen it several times, dangerous inside the 22.
So we're going to go back to an earlier infringement. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a drop goal. We're set up with a scrum right before half. if we can get the ball out cleanly, it would be a fun thing to see.
It would be fun.
However, I think we're going to be looking for a try,
Yeah.
but it's always an option. American rugby always forgets about the drop goal. There's very few kickers. The only ones I can recall are Hannah Stolba with the Glendale Raptors, or back in the day, Linda Morrison when she was with the Twin City Amazons.
Well, Ben Sema is good for a drop goal every now and again, too.
He's also good for those 50-meter, must-make kicks. So a solid put-in. This is a great scrum here for Stars because we've seen Capital be so strong and aggressive before. This is fly half. Zach Striffler, he sees a hole. He's got the offload. Casey Hansen is the guy. We went crashing over the line. Stiff arm number 1, stiff arm number 2. A little bit of an offload. John Murray on the pickup.
Nope, knocked on.
And knocked on
in tackle.
So close.
So
we saw the low offload there by Casey. And he did have his hands, it takes a lot of guys to bring him down. So if people are holding him up high, he was trying to just get that little left-handed offload.
He's a big unit. Where's he from?
He is from Bramer County, Iowa.
Oh.
So Bramer County Bucks were a team that made it into the national playoffs last year. I had the pleasure of calling their matches when we were in Pittsburgh at Founders Field. They had a strong showing. They fell to the Fairfield Yankees, who went on to win the national championship. So they made it to top 4, one of our top Division III clubs in the Midwest.
Fairfield has a solid scrum attack. I was watching those games, and Fairfield has a solid pack.
They're such a young team, too. The majority of that Fairfield Yankees under the age of 23. Back to action on the field. This is a Capital scrum. We see...
That should end the half. He's made the clearing kick, and that is halftime.
So an unfortunate swing here at the end of the half from our Stars' perspective. We give up the try. We come close to scoring another to take that lead back. 15-17, Stars trailing Capital. We'll get that verified on the conversions, but I'm near certain Stars missed ours. We were out so wide. We saw one missed penalty from Capital, but they were able to get it back via the tries. It's been a good, strong match. A lot of play inside the 22 for both teams, not always resulting in tries right away. A couple of turnovers that have led to long tries, and a lot of rugby yet to come.
Yeah, and Capital and Stars are going head-to-head here and playing a good brand of rugby. They just need to keep up and maintain this pace, both teams really, and minimize those errors, and we should have a great second half. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for joining us. Matt Robinette and Liz Entwistle live from Leesburg, Virginia in the Evergreen Sports Complex, and we will see you back here in just a few minutes.
Hit me again, see what happens. What's up? Hit me again, see what happens. Yeah, don't try me.
greatest Muhammad Ali story is Muhammad Ali was in training camp with George Foreman. And he looked down and he saw this kid that was standing there, and this kid had a stocking cap on. And he said, "Hey kid," he said, "why are you wearing that skull cap?" The kid took it off and he was bald. And he said, "Because I'm bald, champ." He said, "I got cancer." And Muhammad Ali stopped everything. And he got down on his knees. And he said, "I'll tell you what you're going to do." He said, "I'm going to go down and I'm going to whoop George Foreman." And he said, "You're going to whoop cancer." And the kid looked at Muhammad Ali and he said, "No." He said, "I'm going to see God soon. But when I do, I'm going to tell him I met the champ." That's the difference that you have through this wonderful sport called rugby. And I think also the responsibility. Thank you very much for taking a forward wrestler and rocking it into your rugby family.
So we are teaming up with the National Legacy Group for a folder plunge that will raise money for the Hartford Wanderers Youth Rugby Program.
It's definitely a great way to get people to recognize rugby a little more, doing big fundraisers and trying to get our name out there, because we still are a new program and we're growing. I think it's all around a great event. It's awesome to partner up with National Legacy Group and kind of just bring everybody in together for the same cause, you know, really helping rugby grow as a whole.
We're doing the Penguin Plunge. Before, last year, we did it for the Wounded Warriors, and this year we're doing it for the Wanderers. And basically they help inner city kids play rugby.
And to raise money for inner city youth is really important to me. And it's important for rugby as a whole.
So I participated in it last year. It's really, really cold, but pretty much our team raised a decent amount of money.
And so this year we're also asking if those who donate and go to the plunge to bring a can, because a lot of people do forget that people are still hungry after the holidays. So I think it's a good cause.
So come out and join us in our rugby plunge out in Fairfield, Connecticut. We're raising money for the Hartford Wanderers to bring rugby to inner city youth. Bring a can for the local food pantry and help us because we're freezing for a reason.
Thank you. Thanks for the try.
Now play like you're supposed to be there. Yeah? We finish strong, we don't let up. They are watching. Let's give our families a blowout. No score. It's all out. Let's go, boy. Come on, Belmont. Finish on 3. Finish. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live Leesburg, Virginia, Evergreen Sports Complex, Capital Rugby Union facing off against Stars, 7s, 15s developmental select side.
Stars Rugby everything, right, Matt?
Yeah.
This is Liz Entwistle, the director of the program. What a fantastic half of rugby we just saw. Back and forth action. It was the Stars that went up early, 10-0, 10-3. Then we saw it get to 15-3, 15-8, and then it was more from Capital. So Stars are currently trailing 17-15. The Stars try is coming courtesy of Mike Fletcher, wearing number 38. Of John Murray, our outside center, wearing number 138. And David Coleman, our wing, who, as we mentioned before, has played against this Capital team before, representing with the USA Rugby South.
Ball did not make touch from Luke Titus, and now there's an attack on the outside.
This is a nice grab by Junior Thuku, that wing wearing number 1. When we do our Stars numbering, it is your number based on the placement on your tours. So Junior wearing number 1 was on our first ever tour to the Calgary Stampede Sevens, traveled with us to Australia and to Tobago. This is his first domestic USA tour in his backyard. Junior playing with Potomac Exiles. Right now, Stars ball in hand. That is John Murray with the ball, offloading to Bobby Kling. A little bit of a bump pass there from Ross Deacon, going to Duncan Crystal, the fullback. Intercepted by Capital. This could be dangerous, as that was Duncan, our fullback, but he's able to track himself back into position. A good job tying up the Capital team, if not trying to get a steal here by Stars. And now we'll see us shoot across the field.
Yeah, once again, Young from Virginia Rugby Football Club with the cherry pick steal. There's the testing that fringe of the ruck defense, the scrum half from the Capital Selects. I thought that the Stars had opportunity on the outside and just took it back in one too many times, but I also thought the Capital had opportunity outside on that backline movement.
They did, and then it just didn't find its way to touch. So I think that might be one of the biggest changes this year as compared to last is the width of this field. Last year we'd entirely game planned, and then of course there was that 2-foot blizzard here in the DC area. We had 10 to 15 feet of snow surrounding the field. It was like playing in an ice rink. A really cool and unique experience, but not one you'd usually find in Virginia.
I think it was warmer that day than today, though.
It was. It was about 55 degrees, except on the outside of the field where all that cold was radiating. So thanks to the Evergreen Sportsplex for hosting us again. Last year they did a great job of bulldozing the side field. This year we're able to play on the main pitch, and what a game we have. So now it is a scrum to Stars. It has been back and forth action, solid collisions, and I would expect nothing less. I know this Capital team has so many strong players and some big units.
17-15, I believe, right?
That is correct.
And Capital Select's in the lead right now. We just started the second half. There was a little knock on by Luke Titus, who went into the scrum half position to distribute the ball out and just didn't quite get the handle on it. It'll be interesting to see the substitution patterns that these coaches want to take. Coach Porter, I know, has a specific philosophy, and I'm certain your coach does as well. There's an
that weak side of the field was open. All of Capital's backs were to one side. There was a gigantic hole, and there was a great read by our number 8.
There's the penalty
Ted
advantage,
McGregor,
too.
and now we have some great go forward with Stars. You love seeing players recognize where the opportunities in the space are. Proud of the men out there at the moment. Of course, they still have to get to the try line first.
Let's see if he still has advantage or if it's off. And
this is the man
tackle
that scored before, so correction, number 132, John Murray for Stars. Again, coming to the DC area, courtesy of the Glendale Raptors from the fall, that is number 138, Zach Striffler at fly half, offloading to Tony Perry in the number 74 jersey, and offloading again to our flanker, Mike Fletcher. So a lot of our forwards involved out in the back line.
Solid defense here from the Capital Selects, covering the field much better than they did early on in the first half.
Agreed. I think we're losing a little bit of our offensive shape. You can see us, again, we're not in these traditional steep lines. We're looking for the support of having triangles of offense. So to steal from Phil Jackson and the LA Lakers and my hometown Chicago Bulls, we're looking to go with support and have inside-outside options. So right now, employing a little bit of a pick and go, we see scrum half Chase Brooks, that is, digging for the ball. We have a penalty now. We'll see what Captain Zach opts to do. He's in motion quick. He wants it on the outside. Again, bearing in mind 17-15, that a penalty would put us in the lead, but not the most best angle. I'm losing my handle of the English language right now. That's what happens when you're on tour for 5 days on little sleep. But the other thing, too, being that we haven't practiced kicking on this field. We've been more worried about our set pieces. We've been worried about our connection and our game plan. So that's what we'll execute.
It's hard to tell with the numbering system. So there's I don't know if they're running a 1-3-3-1 or a 2-4-2, but it's definitely one of those two patterns. And now the Stars received another penalty for not releasing
It looked
Capital
like that
under a lot of pressure.
Then against Alex Sajowski. He's a big man, 6'8", if I recall correctly, playing for Richmond Lions. So we see Stars now trying to drive it over the line. I would love to see us make use of space. We saw that in the women's game. So if we can get maybe one more forward crash and then get the ball out wide to where we have the space to run. An unfortunate knock on and uncharacteristic by Mike Fletcher. And now we see some good adjustments. What you'll notice is that we did have that number 1 wing, Junior Thuku, coming to the strong side. So we had both of our wings and our fullback. The numbers were there and they were on. That's just a matter of communication.
Heading onto the field now is Mo Katz. You most recently saw him playing for James Madison on a national team. I can't tell who's down. We'll try and let you know. You can see Doc right there helping him out. We've got athletic trainers here. Liz has a chiro and trainer that is part of your program, which is fantastic because medical is part of all of this too, and player support.
That's true. We use trainers and physios and ATCs and chiros from all over the world. It's a great opportunity for them to get an additional professional development. Marissa Halls, that is with us today, is a graduate of Life University. And using the same very rugby network that gets us on the field today, she brought a chiropractic table from Stephen, from your side.
Yeah. I can't tell who's off the field. I think it's the hooker, Stephen Davis.
This is an unfortunate penalty here for Stars. It looks like it's going to be for collapsing the scrum. So safety being at the forefront. We have the free kick short arm penalty indicated by referee Jim Rogers. This is going to give Capital the opportunity to save themselves some space. We see the tap, and now we see the kick downfield. I don't know about the purpose of that tap when he could have just kicked to keep the ball on field anyway. But we do see a counterattack here again via that wing, Junior Thuku. His parents here at the game, some of our biggest Stars fans, a penalty to the Stars, not rolling away. Would love to see it. Well, not anymore. There was the opportunity for a quick tap with them not getting back. Well, we do it anyway. Had we gotten the ball quicker, may have been able to gain more ground. But if you want to gain ground through someone today, Anthony Perry's been doing a great job in the open field. When we talked to this prop, he feels that one of his biggest skills is his open field ability. Saw him at Eagle Tracking Camp back in Ohio last year, and by last year I mean 2015. Talked about him with Eagles coaches and staff with Greg McWilliams and Luke Gross. So great having him out here for his third cap. It's a good launching tackle by Capital. Stars still with ball in hand, so I like that. And here's where we have a little bit of disrupted play. So that is Duncan Crystal again. And look at him go. He is like the Energizer Bunny of rugby, doing everything from the fullback position.
Nice tackle on the outside on those one-on-one opportunities for the Capital Select. Has the defense set up across the field, and now they're up pressuring. They're doing much better with that up pressure now than they were earlier.
So we see Ross Deacon with the ball here, a strong, powerful runner. Again, a U20 Eagle. He won the Junior World Trophy as a player with our coach, Vaha Asikia. Of course, Scott Lawrence from Life University. More Life Connections was on that staff. We see the ball in the hands of Duncan. Going
no
forward.
Obstruction there called. And so the Capital defense holding solid. Their Stars Rugby going through quite a few phases here on the attack, and he's going to call a knock-on or forward pass and have a chat maybe with the sidelines. No. Yes, he is having a chat with the assistant referee, Gray O'Dwyer.
He might be checking on the tackle.
Now he's admonishing the benches, telling them to keep it down.
Oh, he's having a conversation. Now I'm looking at the monitor as opposed to staring out on the field and wondering what's going on. So a conversation with our coach, Vaha. Vaha seeing something he kind of disagreed with. He's a level-headed guy. You don't see Vaha hardly ever get riled up. He's one of the most happiest guys you'll ever meet in rugby. So it has to be something pretty serious if he's on his feet. But regardless, we'll get back to the rugby here in a moment.
If they are yelling at the ref, they have to stop.
Correct.
I mean, it's hard enough to referee these games, and it's hard enough to recruit referees. But if I'm a young referee and I'm seeing that, I don't want to be exposed to that. So tighten up, fellas.
Yeah, I don't think it was yelling so much as a questioning a call or a lack of a call, something downfield. There was some pointing. But regardless, we're going to restart here with a scrum to Capital. So during all that time off the clock, we'll restart time once action resumes. And we were talking earlier about substitutions. I don't believe we've had any substitutions for our Stars team. We do have all the players I see on our bench are the ones that started the game on the bench. You mentioned a player or two came on for Capital.
Yes, I saw that Mo Katz came on for Stephen Davis. Might have been an injury. Nick Cool now just a little bit off on the reception there. Zach.
So we see Zach go up against David Coleman on the outside, and it's Johnny Murray who finishes that tackle there. We see the ball popping loose. It looked like it might have been off the foot because we don't hear a whistle blown yet. It is Stars coming away with the ball. This is an opportunity to attack. So if we can settle through all this Capital players here. Mike Fletcher down the field again. He had our first try of the game. He is on a mission. He's got the support there. That is number 120 from the Stars in support. Michael Scanlon, who was a substitute that came off. So Michael Scanlon subbing in as a back row player.
Several missed tackles along the sideline here. You had the extra defender of the sideline unable to take advantage of it. We have a Capital player down. Now he's getting up, and he's going to be okay.
If you're Mike Fletcher from Stars, I think you're a little happy. you knocked down that tackler with a strong run. Of course, we don't want to see anybody getting injured, but solid play down the sideline. This could breathe some life into our Star side.
Yeah, those sudden changes are always difficult to reset your defense, but they had the opportunity. They had the people there to miss the tackles. It's plain and simple as that.
We're looking at our penalty right now. This is a structured play that's set up. Before we saw some plays closer to the ball. Now that we're on the near side of the field, closer to the sideline, we're setting up with our forwards inserted wider into the backs right now.
Did he issue
very
a
clear
yellow
where
card?
we're going.
I'm looking at the Luke in the end of the try zone. He did issue a yellow card. I didn't see it.
I'm not quite certain what that was for. Again, if there are any referees or just spectators that would like to send us a message, we were so caught up with that run down the sideline. Maybe that's what Coach Vaha was mentioning earlier.
I think it was multiple infractions inside the 22. It looks like he's going to issue another card to Mo Katz, who just entered the game.
If this is indeed the case, it gives us a 15-13 advantage for Stars, and I would choose off of any penalty situation to set up for a scrum. It will give us an opportunity with some clear overloads in the backs. The crowd here does not like the call. This is going to be an opportunity here, a real true opportunity for Stars to make something happen.
Down 2 players inside the 22.
Again, as a coach, I would love a scrum here.
Yeah, yeah. They've got the field spread. They've got their pods set up, and nice, good, hard running.
As I say, no matter where they are on the field, there's going to be some space to run, and if anyone's going to bust through people, it's going to be Casey Hansen. Casey Hansen, the Braemar County Bucks, maybe a little too emphatic putting the ball down. The question is was the ball grounded? We talked about, well, I shouldn't say we talked about this before, but it used to be you have to apply downward pressure. If the ball was grounded under control, that is a try, even if it did bounce up afterwards.
No try.
And it looks like we have the knock-on called. Casey Hansen with 2 unfortunate missed opportunities because there was that one at the end of the half where his offload was just nearly knocked on. He's doing all the work to get there. Next time he just needs to lower that shoulder and dive.
I'm not sure if the replay showed if he got it down or not, or if he lost it forward, but they probably on the replay. We don't get that feed on our sites, but
again, this is to Stars' advantage to have a scrum in this situation. Is Capital piling 8 into the scrum to match numbers, or are they going to go short? So we're going to have an overload on the field regardless of what happens. And if Capital is going to kick and exit, we do have fullback Duncan Crystal. He's proven himself quite a speedy young man, and with 13 against 15, there will be holes. This is where we look to identify weaknesses and attack offensively with the gaps the defense will provide. Of course, we have to try to steal the scrum first.
Okay, looks like another Capital player, Evan Harcum, just went off the field. Don't know if they brought in a front row or what they did there. Right, they held their own. That was a nice bit of scrummaging there from the Capital, down so many players.
I think Capital went 1 short in the scrum and 1 short in their back line. I counted 5 backs on the outside of that scrum, plus the scrum half himself. So my best guess is they were minus a weak flanker in that situation. So here is that clearing kick. Stars should have numbers to counter here. We would love to see the pass. It was a great one-on-one tackle. Now let's find space. Oh.
It was a clearance kick, right? You're under pressure. I get it. You're not always going to make those out. You didn't have a lot of time or space. But then to get down there and make that tackle, he timed it well. He didn't over pursue like so many times you see where that one little sidestep can make that runner miss, and then a little bit of pressure and it knocked it on. Capital Select have an opportunity now.
It was extremely frustrating because we had the numbers to the outside. We just needed to catch that clearance kick and pass it to the left, and we had a 5-on-3 overload. It is going to be a scrum to Capital here. A couple of substitutions for the Scar coming in at hooker is Dan Ficoli. He is a member of the DC Irish, also serves in the U.S. Air Force, so he replaced Patrick Haffenbrettel. This is Bobby Kling. So Bobby Kling has come away with a couple of turnovers here. He's got the numbers outside. We would have had the advantage on the play that preceded. So a scrum to Stars. Let's be smart here with our rugby. Other substitutions that came on were Michael Scanlon, number 120, coming on. He plays his rugby with the Chicago Griffins, previously with UQ in Brisbane, Australia, a local Chicago product who played high school rugby at Brother Rice. And then we also saw Ted McGregor coming off the field. That was our number 8 and our vice captain. And substituting on as well is Ben Holstein, wearing the black scrum cap, a prop with the Milwaukee Barbarians, has also played a bit with the Milwaukee Rugby Club, but currently playing D1 rugby in the Midwest.
Calvin Story from Raleigh, he's been having a solid game at second row. He's been a definite anchor in that pack and very good at attacking.
That was a
forward.
Unfortunate play by the Capital scrum half. It was a fortunate call to Stars. This is a very unfortunate use of our penalty. We do have advantage still. I would like us to settle down. Let's bear in mind that Stars are trailing 17-15 at this point. And we see a quick tap attempt by our wing, David Coleman. Again, plays rugby in Alabama, plays for the USA Rugby South side, Rugby South team. Was the MVP for the South against Capital before. And now we see a knock on again. So Stars here having all the opportunities in the world inside the 22. Again, 2-man advantage, and we need to execute. And that's basic rugby, is catch, pass, tackle.
And it's tick, 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 time off those sin bins.
If you're Capital, you're walking to the
Yes.
scrum,
Yep,
and you're taking your time setting up, and then maybe resetting. It's a little bit of the gamesmanship. You're absolutely right, Matt.
So what Capital did was, because it was a yellow card to a front row, they were able to bring in a subbed player. So they brought Evan Harcum back on from Baltimore when Mo Katz from Nova was pulled off.
It's one of these things where this is an important lesson for the players in terms of their composure and their calm and their mental states. We have the advantage, so we really, really want to score, but we do need to be calm enough to score and make it happen. We have advantage shown right now to Capital. So Capital is just looking to prevent Stars from scoring and maintain that same score line. And if they can do that at the end of these 10-minute yellow cards, you're going to walk away pretty happy.
And pick and goes, just taking time off the clock, just keep away at this point. Let's just kill time until we get our guys back.
So now skying the kick, there's going to be time. It is a good field by Duncan. Duncan is going to attack right now. This is going out to David Coleman wearing 128. He's got Junior Thuku on the outside. Outside of him, Casey Hansen.
It's the centers for the Capital Selects look gassed. They're not getting down the field very quickly, and they just look gassed. So could be opportunity there for the Stars.
Right now there could be opportunity anywhere on the field. I am jumping up and down in the booth because we saw about 10 Capital players right behind that ruck. There are open spaces on the field. Here is an open space for sure. John Murray with the ball in the hand. He's got the support. He looks like he might be able to do it himself. I like the opportunity or the option here to keep the ball and play it safe, and knocked on.
That was good defense from the Capital Selects, particularly Zach Shell, giving up the space and just keeping that outside covered and funneling back into the fullback, Nick Cool, for a tackle. And Nick has been a good tackler, a solid tackler all day.
So it's fantastic countering opportunities here by the Stars team. We are just lacking in that final execution. We have knocked on now 3 tries by my count. We just need 1.
Okay, we're still lacking the fly half. It's got to be about time on at least his bin, or they both happened right at the same time. So it should be coming up on time, and we should be getting those players back shortly.
So we need a deep breath in, a deep breath out. And I do see that we still have Brian Bass on the field, so it looks like we may have a substitution that happened earlier that I didn't catch within moving one of our props to second row. The line out taken by Stars. So don't mind that at all. Now let's see what we can do on attack. So this is Mike Fletcher. He had that pounding run downfield before, had the first try of the game. So right now we just need people to do their job. We don't need them all to score tries. It is credit to Capital defense. Good hands by John Murray, and the offload to the outside. It's Junior Thuku.
Forward. Oh, he's calling in a knock on at some point. I missed it.
John may have knocked it on. It was a low pass. He's had a couple low passes offloaded to him. It's so unfortunate because the timing is there and our players are there. We just need to have the ball in our hands before we're trying to attack.
Down 2 players still. The Capital Selects with 13 on 15 right now to the Stars. The missed tackles are really showing up right now. I don't know if it's a fitness issue or what, but the tackling is in the middle of the field in particular needs to improve for the Capital Selects. Capital Selects now on the attack with a scrummage, and just outside the back of it, number 8, Alex Deagle with the ball, and now Nick Cool, who stepped in at fly half while Luke Titus is out of the game.
So that's moved Nick, who is normally a flanker, if I recall correctly, back to fullback and now up to fly half?
Yes. I don't know if he's normally a flanker. I think he's played backs for the Capital Selects. I don't know what he normally is for Rocky Gorge. Penalty against the Stars now, and diving over. Good opportunity to kill some time here for the Capital. Get those players back. They're asking right now, is it time? Is it time? How much time?
So we'll see them kick to touch. So that way it'll be a Capital line out, and it may be well that they can get the player on the field after the line out, or, well, before the line out, after the kick. Of course, it's up to center referee Jim Rogers as to his call. He's keeping track of the official time. We would have had stoppages with all these cards, and it looks like you may be getting your fly half back.
Yes, looks like Titus is coming back on, and that's good, right? Now it's just 14 on 15.
So it's still Mo Katz that's off the field. Now, how does this affect the front row? Because...
Yo, we're dead. So line out 1 there, cleanly by Capital. Sorry if I was talking. We lost hearing here, so Luke Titus, fresh legs, Finds the gap. Good support there from the Capital. Now they've got some running rugby going.
It was a good tackle by Zach Striffler from the Stars. This is, like you mentioned,
Nick
it is
Sandoval.
good go forward here. John Murray covering with the tackle, getting back around. Hopefully the Stars can realign.
Nick Cool. Excellent rucking here and excellent support from
He is
the
not
Capital.
releasing at the bottom of that ruck. A little bit frustrating not to get that call, but hopefully we can just make it happen in the field of play anyways.
Good defense from 121.
That's
Closed
Casey
down
Hansen from the
quickly.
Bramer County Bucks. He's had a couple big tackles. I'm switching
Dummy
camera
runner.
angles here.
Oh, he's isolated. He could be trouble here. Oh, well done by the Capital to get some support to that person quickly.
And we
now
see
they set
the
up on
referee
attack.
indicate that the ball did go backwards. There was a bit of a knock at the base of that ruck, but the ball's still backwards, so playable. Play on. Capital with the ball in hand. Stringing together quite a few phases here. And that was almost threaded.
Yes, good gap attack running here. Good phases from the Capital. They've got opportunity outside if they can just get it. And there's finds the gap. He's trying to set him up, and he switches back in.
Oh, that was
Zach
a nice
Schell.
run by Zach Schell. He looks like he's short
Try.
of the try line, and he gets it with the extra movement. Satisfying for Zach. Again, he's played on many of our tours. It was good work by Capital. I'll let you do the recap here, Matt.
That's just really a good phase play rugby. They got that was 14 on 15. Let's imagine what we can do with 15 on 15. And it must have been 6 phases of rugby. Really saved it over there with an isolated runner. Got the ruckers there, and were able to cleanly secure ball. Came back to this side of the field, and Luke just saw the gap on the outside. It was a 2-on-1. Nick Sandoval with Norfolk took the ball and put the outside man under pressure. It was an easy switch back in, good cover tackle, and just that extra movement that is permitted in rugby is able to dot
Right,
the
he's
ball
allowed
down.
one play. You have immediately to do something with the ball. So if that is going to be your reach for the try, if that is going to be your offload, you can't roll with the ball. You can't lay over it. But you do have that little bit of time. Extremely frustrating, I have to say, in terms of Stars rugby play. We had opportunities with those 2-man overloads. We had so many penalties where, again, we could have opted for a scrum. We could have kicked for post. We were trailing by 2. And instead, a few too many quick taps, and then we weren't able to finish. It's something to learn from. And it's something in terms of energy management and focus. Now we are currently trailing 15-24. It is going to be a 2-score game if we're looking to win, equalize, bring it closer. Full credit to Capital there for maintaining their composure. It's almost like in a hockey match when you are the man down and you're able to score goals as well.
Yeah, really happy that Zach got that. He's put in a lot of work today. He's a great guy and all, but he's done a lot of defensive dirty work and was able to get that. Doc might have thought twice about giving that one off and just kept it himself, but on we go. Mo Katz now, fresh legs, sets up the nice attacking run. And there, nice clean ruck.
Zach Striffler diving. Speaking of Zach Schell there, I know he's coming off of injury too, and this was a game that he wanted to be sure that he was playing in, so that has to be an extremely satisfying try.
That was a nice turnover of ball there by number 122.
That's Chase Brooks, our scrum half. He normally has a lower Stars number, and again, because he just messaged us 2 days ago saying a post or two about players that had dropped out of tour, this is where he's making the most of his opportunity. Chase was going to just be here, and then he earned the starting spot. So that just goes to show, if you are accountable and responsible and can communicate, that's where you're going to get your opportunities in rugby. We had calls out for second rows, both our men's and women's teams. We had second rows no show on tour, and this provided opportunities for Ross, for Jacob, for a couple local guys to come and play, and again, earn starting spots.
Yeah, playing rugby. That's what we're doing here. That's what we do.
So we have a new scrum half in here for Stars, number 107, Joe Lippert with the Bramer County Bucks. Joe, normally one of our coaches, every now and then he does play for Stars on the field. He got some action in when we were in Tobago Sevens as well. And Joe is an excellent coach in his own right. Did coach previously with Palmer College of Chiropractic and also with the Wisconsin Rugby Club when they won their national title. A little bit of a forward pass. It was almost there. Little things. It's just little things we need to clean up. If we had another day of training, these wouldn't be happening. But if we had another day of training, we'd be playing on a Monday.
Yeah, Capital has dodged a lot of those type of bullets where it's just those little handling errors and unforced errors from the Stars have benefited the Capital. And early in the game, those mistakes weren't happening, and the Capital were happening, but the Stars were turning those into points. Now this is kind of the momentum has changed a bit, and there's another 8 pick.
Yeah, we saw him a little bit of a bobble there, going down to his knees, still able to get the ball cleanly. So it wasn't knocked forward. So good job by that number 8 recovering again. Tyler Barbary, is he still? Is it still your number 8, or was there a sub?
Yeah, no, he's back on.
Okay.
Hands in the ruck.
Now an unfortunate penalty against the Stars. So again, little things that we need to clean up, the little things making the difference. But again, valuable learning tools. Getting to have this game on film and playing against high-level competition. We've been talking about what does high performance mean? What is the pathway? Our pathway in the USA, a little bit of a spider web where there's so many different entry points that are different ways you can take and turn and go. But one of the key components of being a high-performance team is having high-performance competition. And if we didn't have this opportunity here, well, we'd be sitting at home not watching football.
Yes, yeah. Which you still can do later on. I found out it's at 7:30 tonight, so enjoy that if you want. But we've got great rugby action here today. Mo-Cats to throw it in. Effective kick from Luke Titus out of Pittsburgh. Harlequins get us inside the 10 meters out or so. And let's execute this line out. Let's see if we do a drive or try to get it to the backs.
Yep,
So
another couple substitutes coming on for the Stars. We have brought in Tyler Miles, I'm assuming to the fullback position. He is a skilled fly half at Mount St. Mary's, but I imagine that we are keeping Zach on the field just to anchor the offense, especially with our vice captain, Ted McGregor, having substituted off earlier.
A little bit of indecision there from Titus. He had the dummy runners and had the outside opportunity, but decided to take it himself. And the forwards going through the hands here like their backs. That was a nice bit of work there by those very low numbers, 4, 5, and 8. And now to 1. Doc with the offload. Keeps the legs driving off to the Virginia player.
We also had brought on Martin Pittman earlier. Martin, a player that's typically a flanker. He has been moved a little bit into the scrum half position. I know that we were utilizing him in wing a bit during training. Unfortunate to have given up the penalty. So again, about keeping composure. But it looks like Coach Vaha has emptied the bench for our Stars roster. Again, traveling no developmental half for this game. So now it's about getting in some minutes to Jack Dugan coming in for a second row. We'll double check our scrums here. If not, then Jack would be one of the players that has yet to come in the game. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
They select the scrum, which I think is a great move. Let's see. They've got some fresh legs in the scrum. Mo-Cats, the new flanker. Don't have his name in front of me, forgive me, but he's from Pittsburgh.
So we did see Martin Pittman substitute in as a flanker, and we'll see. We're looking forward to see what he can do.
Zach Schell, isolated one-on-one. See if he can use the size advantage, unable to get around the smaller winger.
And so now it's a question of where is the ball, and it does come out of
nice
that ruck.
Inside move from Mo-Cats. Young player out of James Madison, moved up to Northern Virginia, playing with Nova Cardinals now.
So we see solid attack. Oh, I was going to say, we had a solid attacking defense from the Stars. That was a great pick by fly half Zach Striffler. We'll see what we can do with the ball. Still time left in this game. And the opportunity to score a try is something I would welcome. That is Tyler Miles with the kick going back into the hands of your fly half.
Luke Titus covered well. He was nicely done getting back, and he sends it right back to the middle of the field. The little miscommunication, but it didn't hurt him, and now
I think that may have hurt him. That was Mike Fletcher, unfortunately, going for the ball, and something that might have been neat to see. With these kicks back and forth and with players running and charging downfield is the opportunity to call the mark. That means that we would get a free fair play on the ball. We call the mark and the referee acknowledges it. We restart with a free kick, but it means that you cannot be tackled, almost like a fair catch in football. So it might have prevented some of that miscommunication there. But again, tricks and tools and things that you have. Knowing the laws of the game, being a referee helps with that law knowledge, and of course having teams that are familiar and playing with each other longer.
Okay, so Doc is pulled out, and I'll let you know who came on when I see it, but it's a little bit difficult on this field. I mean, it's a nice field, and it's a good venue and all of that, but the 22 line is dashed instead of solid. So, I mean, I could see the confusion. Solid scrum here from the Capitol. He's got a gap, one missed tackle. He's got one to beat. Offloads it and try. Capitol selects.
Yep, extremely unlucky there. Scrum half Joe Lippert putting the pressure on the 8, but not able to make the tackle, breaking through and breaking the play. A little bit out of position here with Stars. We still want to make something happen. We haven't been on offense a whole heck of a lot this second half.
No, and it's been a lot of possession for the Capitol, as you say, and then it's just so hard to defend for this long.
It is. Playing defense in rugby often harder than playing offense. This is where your conditioning really shows true. And again, making substitutions and making changes, and curious as well, because there was a situation with the cards where there were some front row subbings going on. Would like to see the substitution card after, just for my own curiosity's sake, because you had some players go off and come back on, and when you had cards come back on, then those substituted front rows should have gone off again, if I'm thinking correctly.
Well, all the benches now on the pitch for the Capital Selects. Alex Jurkowski from Richmond Lions. You've got another Rocky Gorge front row player who's entered the match. Jake Humphrey from Norfolk is in at centers.
Anticipate the restart here. I think that Stars are going to be looking to get some good going forward. This is going to be Tyler Miles on the kick. We are currently trailing 15-29, so a 2-try game. Some of those tries, I think we gave up with knock-ons.
Nicely
Great
fielded.
job by
Nick
Capital.
Sandoval out of Norfolk, and he's a good, solid runner. He's been having a tough day-to-day defensively, but makes up big chunks there. He's had 2 great offensive movements this half.
He has. Nick has certainly been a force for you guys when it comes to offense this half, and of course the fact that he's remained on the field all half too.
Yeah, that helps, right? When you're playing, it's hard to play with the yellow card in your pocket, but Capital selects now a good attacking opportunity if they can turn this over. Been solid in set pieces all day.
So we see another substitution for the Stars. It is that wing number 1, Junior Suku, walking off the field. And Jack Duggan comes on the field from Bethel College. Yep,
Turnover.
Just like the women, there was that play to the that short line out throw, turnover, but solid tackle. I think I saw some white boots. I might have mistaken for the ball.
Stringing some phases together now. Pick and goes. Nope, he gets it out to the backs. Big hard runner there from Nick, and it's a try. Capital selects, puts one in near the end of the half, near the end of the game, to extend the lead. 5 more points, pending the conversion for 2 more. That was a good hard run. He took a nice angle on it. I'm sure on the replay you'll see Titus drifting across, and then the outside center, Nick Sandoval, just hitting that gap at pace, and the arm tackles won't work.
No, it was a solid running line. You look at people that are able to get through space, they're either doing it because they're running hard or because they've got a step, and that was just all running hard. Score currently sitting at 15-34. Capital leading Stars. We have yet to put points on the second half of play. So we'll watch for this conversion kick. I think take the opportunity to say thank you to our ball boys out on the field doing an excellent work, getting exposed to rugby early.
Look at that little guy.
Is that yours?
No. Loudon Rugby they're the high school team or the youth program up in this area of the world in Virginia, and Ken Frayne does a great job. At least he's my liaison. I don't know what his official role is with the organization, but we
this
appreciate
is a
their
nice
support.
Restart here off the boot of Tyler Miles. Stars recovering the ball. This can give us another opportunity to attack and go forward. I would like to see another try yet before this game is done. Maybe another couple tries would be nice. So good support here. We see a lot of Capital bodies on defense close to the ruck. We see the penalty, and these guys are going to try to execute a play and get something on the board. Again, in tactical strategic rugby, would have liked us to go for points a couple earlier times when we had the opportunities.
Another unforced error. Oh, the good bounce. Mo Katz keeps it in. He's going to attack himself. Gets back to his support, and he's a good runner. He's going to be a good rugby player for a long time. So if you're watching scouting players out here, I'd keep your eye on Mo Katz. He's had a successful collegiate career, and he's going to make an impact in men's club rugby for sure.
Yeah, it was another case of the right idea, just unfortunately the wrong execution, and that has been the plague of the Stars. The second half is having the right pieces in the right places, and it's just like those final little things. So when it comes to ball handling, when it comes to lines, when it comes to decision-making on the field, all opportunities for us to learn from. We say a lot of the times, too, rugby players often spend a ton of time in the gym. We're looking to get stronger, looking to get fitter, looking to get faster, but nothing replaces having a ball in your hand and the amount of passing and just familiarity. You got to carry the rock.
I'd like to say that if you're a college athlete watching this right now, the Capital Select clubs are ready for you, and they run well, they're managed well. We've got a great competition structure with the Mid-Atlantic competition, and frankly, the only way to qualify for this team is to be a member of a Capital Rugby Union team.
So advantage to Stars. We saw the knock-on, kick downfield. We'll see if we can get any sort of foot race here or if referee Jim Rogers is going to call it back.
Clearing kick by Nick Cool inside the 22. He's trying to go quick, but it's already left the enclosure, but he's going to let it run.
Yeah, well, they were trying to call Mark. Unfortunately, there's not a line-out set. Just one person alone does not make a line-out, and calling Mark really doesn't mean a whole lot. We see the Stars now taking opportunity of this disjoint. Oh, wow. Defense, and what a tackle there. Ball knocked forward. Good job by Capital recovering there. I was going to say there were some holes on the field, but what a hit.
Is that going to be poached? Yeah, no. It's going to get the penalty here.
No, we're going back to advantage.
Oh, okay.
This is going to be a scrum to Capital, just about 15 meters from halfway down the field. So a reminder, we're sitting at a score of 34-15. Capital leading the Stars. It was 17-15 at halftime. Capital has doubled their production. Great game of rugby being played. A credit to Capital and their mental strength while they were down 2 players with the yellow cards. And I have to say, a credit to these Stars boys, too. I'm proud of my men that came out, and especially the ones that came out with such short notice. So, you know, we have some local guys that have played with us in the past that you know, were able to come and fill in the roster. We had some other friends of friends that were able to make it out. And the roster that we had planned on bringing drastically changed within the last week and a half. So, again, taking advantage of opportunities and being in the right place in the right time.
Speed on the outside. Can you get the
just
corner?
like being on the
Great
field.
tackle. That was a great tackle by that Stars player out there. He was all by himself. Now the Stars are just going to run every chance they get. They're going to go. But
we're going to go fast on the lineouts every chance we get to. A difference between a quick lineout and a fast lineout as well is something to be noted. Look it up if you have the chance. Knowing the laws of rugby, fantastic. Good running rugby right here. This is fly half Zach Striffler offloading to Duncan Crystal. So he is that fly half that was the recipient of that brutal tackle just a few moments ago. Again, tackled from behind, ball going forward. So new to rugby, and a couple lessons for him then in which hand to carry the ball and which way to go. It looks like Tyler Miles may have taken a knock to the head. He's holding.
Excellent cover defense there from Capital Selects to get back on those the great running by the winger on this side from the Stars, and just a up and under kick, try to get possession, bring it on a couple more people maybe for the Stars.
No, I think people just coming from the opposite side of the field. These are the same guys we've had. I don't think we're going to do anything sneaky like try to win with 16 men. You know, we're not the All Blacks last year in Wellington now.
So to your point earlier about the toughness of Capital when we were down 2 players, I thought the critical part was in the first period when we were down 2 tries and didn't panic and just kind of settled, and the Capital Selects really just got back to basics, I think. That's good hard running right there up the middle.
That is some strong running, and that is a tough guy to bring down. Well done to Duncan Crystal there on the tackle.
Sorry, I don't have his name in front of me or the roster in front of me, so forgive me for not highlighting who that player is. Jake Humphrey now on the attack, and missed tackle there from the Stars, and a good offload from the deck.
Yeah, I'd say it's good rugby, good passing, good offloads, good tackles. Tackles from behind happening with both teams. There's still a lot to take away. A penalty to the Stars. I would reckon that we're going to keep the ball alive on the field and just try to go. This is our assistant coach / utility back sub, Joe Lippert, that ran the quick tap, offloading to Tony Perry, number 74 with the Columbus Rugby Club. And this is Tyler Miles now with a long pass. Tyler with a quick, strong delivery when he has a ball in hand. We noticed a training when we were at the Frederick
Indoor. A little
Indoor.
fisticuff going on here. Is that your coach?
No. That was our prop, Tony. This is Mike Fletcher trying to just calm the guys down. He knows all these guys from Washington. He's going to talk them. He's a senior player with the Stars, and like we mentioned, he serves in the U.S. Navy. So if anyone's going to be calm and get the guys down, it's the guy that knows all the local ones.
Yeah, very passionate game, very passionate and physical game, as we all know. And sometimes the tempers do get a little bit hot. And referee is going to bring in the assistant referee and potentially hand out some cards here. I don't like it. I mean, you don't like fighting or anything like that, but the fact is you're men and women playing high-level sport and in contact all the time. So
you'd hate to see a card issued so late in the game because we don't want this to impact anyone's other playing opportunities. You know, there's a long spring season ahead for all of us. I think I'm going to go back to it being just a little bit gamesmanship and the intensity of the game too, not to excuse fighting at all, but really hoping that we keep a full sides on both sides of the field for the remainder of this match. And it's something where after the game too, we're all going to shake hands. The game is done, and then we're all brothers in rugby.
Yep. And maybe the coach can pull a couple players out now, and I don't know.
And so we see the
get going.
capital penalty, kicked to touch. See how much time remains in the game.
That's
and
it.
It's none.
Congratulations to the Capital Selects on a big comeback win. At 1 point down, 2 players, down 2 tries early on. The Stars never gave up. They kept on fighting. The speed and they were definitely still in it right until the end. They're still up for it right until the end. The Capital Selects come away with a hard-fought victory against the Stars in our second year now facing off against you all, and we appreciate you coming.
Thanks so much, Matt. It's a pleasure coming out here to the D.C. area. It's great being hosted by the Evergreen Sports Complex here in Leesburg, Virginia. We love having this strong competition, and like we said, now it's time for after the match. Shake the hands. Let's go enjoy our social. We have a risky business theme, so if you want to come see some rugby players wearing their best Tom Cruise 80s gear, you're welcome to join us at McDowell's Brew Pub. If you want to learn more about the game of rugby, have a chat with any of us involved with any of these programs, and go to the USA Rugby website, usarugby.org. That is our national governing body. They have intros to rugby, rookie rugby, a great youth development program, try on rugby. You can get involved as a ref as well. And we've said it many a time. If you can't make it into the Olympics as a player, why not go as a ref?
So, yeah, and check out Capital Rugby Union at rugby.org. It's been a pleasure having these things, and I'm so grateful that all the men and women of the union have embraced this program, and we're committed to promoting rugby. We're committing to developing coaches, players, administrators, referees. And the Capital Rugby Union is committed to producing events like this, first-class events like this. So we want to thank everybody for coming out. We want to thank you all for tuning in. We're going to send it down to the field here in just a moment for some player and coach interviews. And now we're going to send it down to Ryan. Oh, his back was turned to me. Hold on a second.
And now we're back. We're getting ready to go. We're sitting right here. I'm with 2 of the guys from the Capital Rugby Union Selects. You guys, man, you were down 17-15, able to come back, win 32-17, down 2 men is when you really started to turn it on. I mean, what was the keys to the victory?
Just grit right there. I mean, these guys, the forwards especially, just turned it on. Started making tackles, started keeping the balls, possession. Really, that did it for us. And once we possessed the ball, stopped being, fancy with it, things started to go right.
Again, just harping on that, I think possession was the main thing. We came out a little excited trying to do too much early on, but I just want to say, playing down 2 men almost the entire time in 22 meters, that 10 minutes is the proudest I've been in this club.
Now, I got to say, despite all the fireworks you put on at the end, man, when it was still 17-15, you weathered a heck of a storm down here. I mean, they were knocking on the door, just pounding, and you guys dug, man. Was it just heart, grit? I mean, what is it? And then tell me about, being able to pull you guys together. A lot of you don't play together. You come together and you're able to pull that off, man. What's it like?
I think, again, it was hard. We looked at each other and we saw 2 guys go off and said, the only way we're getting out of this is if we work harder than the other team. And the 13 guys on the field did that, came together, just played. With 13 guys, we played like 15, if not more.
Yeah, a couple lucky plays for sure. Caught a couple breaks, but then again, it was just coming up, meeting them halfway, and putting our shoulders into them. Again, our forwards just did it right today.
So, I mean, this is 2 victories in a row. Where do you guys take this from here?
Who knows? I mean, I think it's up to Matt Robinette to kind of schedule a good next game for us. That's going to kind of step our level up. I think the whole program is taking the right steps in order to help us do that. So, we'll see who we have in the next game and raise the level to that.
And so what does this do overall for the Capital Rugby Union, for you guys as a whole, now promoting that and getting that going?
I think it just, grows the bond of our union. I mean, we play each other twice a year, so we have some pretty chippy rivalries throughout the regular season. And now, these guys that I've played with, fought with, sometimes literally, are my brothers now. And, I've been loving this experience.
So you got anything to say to the fans at home that have been watching?
Appreciate you looking at us, and till next time.
Same.
All right, and so that's it. Right now, we're wrapping this down. Next Level Rugby here from Leesburg, Virginia. You know, great matches all throughout, the women's, the men's. And now we're about to turn these cameras off, head home, and be out, because that's out.
You're the champions, you're the best team. What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragedy in everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. You know, it was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, you know, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play, and he first Marine killed in Afghanistan. And you know, sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. I've had some hard times, and you know, and daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, you know, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
Greatest Muhammad Ali story is Muhammad Ali was in training camp, fought George Foreman, and he looked down and he saw